Ding Linger's eyes gleamed. Exactly, Mount Meru. She gave Xianxia a meaningful look and said, since young Master Yun knows about the Heaven Library Realm, you naturally know about this Mount Meru, right? Xiao's face flickered. He took a few sips of tea in a row and felt refreshed, before slowly speaking. It is one of the 5 wonderlands in the heavenly martial realm. Legend has it that it was produced by gathering the essence and the spirit chi of a world. It is a wonderland that all warriors dream of. Oh? So young Master Yun also thinks Mount Meru was formed spontaneously. Xiao gave her a look as he stood up and paced back and forth in the hall while saying, I don't believe it was created by people of ancient times, but there are, in fact, many human traces inside. I suspect that the so-called 5 wonderlands are just 5 sects of the ancient times. It's just that as time passed, they declined and eventually died, and then the 5 spaces drifted in the void until they gradually became stable and formed the so-called 5 wonderlands. With an approving look, Ding Linger said softly, young Master Yun's knowledge is indeed extraordinary. I'm afraid few in the entire South have the same view as you. However, a few years ago, I attended a high-level meeting of the Commerce Alliance with my father, and the result of their discussion about the 5 wonderlands turned out to be exactly the same as yours. Xiao smiled and said nothing. It was already the common view of those superpowers on the heavenly martial continent about the wonderlands. Then, does young Master Yun know that Mount Meru is about to open? What? Xiao trembled, and his eyes burst with a gleam. It was hard to tell if he were excited or shocked. Mount Meru is about to open? Is your information true? He cried out. A feeling of triumph suddenly developed in Ding Linger's heart. Since she knew this guy, she had never seen him surprised. This was the first time, and it gave her a sense of accomplishment. No one can figure out the timing of the opening of the 5 wonderlands, but there will be certain signs before opening. In order not to miss each opening, the 3 empires of the South have each hired people to refine a celestial globe to monitor the activities of the southern space. According to the common monitoring results of the 3 empires, Mount Meru will descend and open in 3 months at the latest or 1 month at the earliest. And this time, it will most likely open in Firecrow Empire. With an incredulous look, Xiao said, I can't believe Mount Meru is about to descend. I think the whole continent is about to shake. Right? Ding Linger nodded and said, yes. By now, the news has spread all over the continent. The superpowers of the other 3 regions are all trying to squeeze in and get a piece of the cake. Legend has it that in the 5 wonderlands are countless precious plants and minerals, almost corporeal spirit chi, and elite magic weapons and heaven-defying cultivation techniques passed down from the ancient times. Every time a wonderland opens, a group of peerless figures will be created. The present famous experts on the continent are all existences who had visited various wonderlands and obtained countless benefits. Xiao could not agree more to that. It was in the Heaven Library realm that he found his eye technique. If it weren't for this fated chance, he would not have been able to rank 3rd on the Heaven and Earth power chart later. According to the iron rules of the Holy Realm, the powers of the other 3 regions are not allowed to interfere in the region where the Wonderland descends. This is undoubtedly a great protection for the South. Otherwise, the sects in the South will not be able to get even a seat. Ding Linger glanced at Xiao, who was dazed, and said, what do you think of the news, young Master Yun? Her question woke Xiao from his daze. Gradually, his eyes flickered, and he said with a smile, since Mount Meru is about to open, of course, the people of the South have to take our share of the cake. I was wondering why those aristocratic families of Firecrow Empire tolerated my actions. So, it turns out that they want no trouble because Mount Meru is about to open. Haha! Had I known, I would have done more. Ding Linger was speechless. What more do you want to do, when you have already wiped out the whole Xingyang family? If you push it too far, those guys in the Temple of Revered Elders will kill you regardless of consequences. Xiao seemed to be in a good mood. Linger, you did not ask me to be here to just tell me this news, did you? Ding Linger laughed. This is only the premise. Young Master Yun, you should know every wonderland has different strange restrictions, and Mount Meru has a restriction on warriors' ages. Those who are over 50 years old, even just one day, cannot enter. Therefore, among the 5 wonderlands, Mount Meru is the least attractive. Otherwise, even with the Holy Realm's iron rolls, those superpowers will still squeeze in by force, regardless of the price they have to pay. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she said, "In other words, those who can enter Mount Meru are all young people. In the south, those so-called geniuses of various major sects who are below 50 years old have cultivated to martial kings or martial grandmasters at the most. The probability of seeing martial emperors is very low. My Tianyuan trading company can get 2 places, and I hope young Master Yun will come with me." It was incredible that a power that did not come from the south could get 2 places to enter Mount Meru. Astounded, Xianxia said, "Places? Mount Meru only limits the age of those who enter and not the number of people, right?" Ding Linger paused and stared incredulously at Xianxia. Looking at his astounded expression, she could not help but burst into laughter. "Young Master Yun, you are such a clever man, and you even know many secrets of the continent, and yet you know nothing about the rules of the South. This really makes me curious that, are you really from the South?" Xianxia laughed. "I'm sure Miss Linger has looked into my background, and you know I'm a genuine member of the Li family in the state of Tianshui. Miss Linger, please explain the so-called quota." Ding Linger chuckled, but she was puzzled in her heart. She had looked into Yunxiao's background at least 10 times, and she could be absolutely sure that there was no problem. But no problem usually meant the biggest problem. Anyhow, she put aside her doubts and said, "Although Mount Meru does not restrict the number of people entering, there are various agreements between powers in the south. In order to prevent some powers from suddenly becoming too big with the resources of Mount Meru, they set rules on the number and proportion of people allowed to enter. This is also to maintain the stability of the current power structure." Xianxia smiled wryly and said, "No wonder the overall strength of the South is the weakest in the heavenly martial realm. Instead of opening the resources to all, they hide it. If it weren't for the iron rules of the Holy Realm, I think they would have lost this cake permanently." Ding Linger sighed. "I thought the same. However, if we were the leaders of any southern power, we would not want to see other powers catch up either. Therefore, 3 groups of people, each representing an empire, had agreed on how many people could enter each time. The number must be equal for all 3 empires, and then it will be distributed within the 3 empires. Fair enough, but the competition within each empire will be extremely fierce. What is the quota for each empire this time? According to reliable sources, the number for each empire is 3,000. The empire where Mount Meru descends will get an additional 1,000. This was also stipulated in the early days. This time, the probability of Mount Meru descending in Firecrow Empire is very high, so Firecrow Empire should have 4,000 places." While frowning, Xianxia said, "A total of only 10,000 places. The South is so vast, and there are many powers and sects and families. The competition must be extremely fierce. How will the places be distributed within an empire then? It can't be decided by the Jutian sect alone, can it? Of course not. No one will be convinced. The distribution of places within an empire will be decided by all the martial emperors and above together. If a power has a martial emperor, it will be able to fight at least a few places back." Xianxia was taken aback. "Doesn't that mean powers without martial emperors are hopeless?" Ding Linger smiled and said, "Not necessarily, but those martial emperors will take away 90% of the quota, and 5% will be used to cultivate young people with potential in the empire. Firecrow Empire is about to hold a tournament, which will be divided into 3 categories according to age. Through this method, the young people with the greatest potential will be selected and then places will be given to them. The remaining 5% will go to auction." Auction? Xianxia found it a little difficult to understand. 5% is 200 places and they will go to auction. With Tianyuan Trading Company's financial resources, it should not be a problem to buy more than a dozen places. Should it? Ding Linger shook her head with a wry smile and said, "There is a restriction on the sects who can participate in the tournament. Disciples from the sects who have been given places are not allowed to participate. But There is no restriction on the auction. Any powers, as long as they are from Firecrow Empire, can participate. The primordial stones from the auction will be used to open Mount Meru, and the balance will go into the coffers of Firecrow Empire's Imperial clan. She paused and then went on in a faint voice. Every time Mount Meru opens, the number of primordial stones needed is staggering. It is an astronomical figure, and no power can come out with it alone. Although there are 200 places, I estimate the price for each place will not be lower than 1 million medial-grade primordial stones. What? 1 million medial-grade primordial stones? That gave Xianxia a fright, and he said jokingly, "If that's true, Miss Linger, I will sell the place you give me for some money." Ding Linger laughed. "Don't think I'm trying to frighten you by purposely exaggerating the number. You know the benefits of Mount Meru. In addition to those sects on the surface, there are many hermit sects in the south, and they will all show up during the auction. And for the sake of their heirs and descendants, the powers without martial emperors will fight for the spots at all costs. Don't underestimate these powers. Also, sects of the other 3 regions will secretly send their best disciples here, and they will use a large number of resources to get the spots." She sighed and said, "The auction of Mount Meru quota is definitely the most intense and expensive auction in the whole southern region." Xianxia believed that. He rubbed his forehead as he sighed and said, "After all, the number of spots is too less. If each empire opens up 100,000 places, there would be no need for such trouble." 100,000 places. Haha, that's a wishful thought. These top powers must control the resources in their own hands, and they will never allow other sects to rise or even replace them. As long as they control the resources, they control the rise of other sections. That is why the South has always been the weakest for so many years. I really don't understand what the group of old men in the Holy Realm is thinking about and why they imposed this iron rule. These rotten sects and powers should have been eliminated long ago. Ding Linger trembled and said shockingly, "You must not talk like that, young Master Yun. If what you said were to spread, you will get yourself into trouble." Xianxia pondered a moment and asked, "Can any martial emperor in the south fight for the spots?" That gave Ding Linger a pause, and then she said with a smile, "I know what young Master Yun means. Rumor has it that a 2-stars martial emperor was seen in Yanwu recently, but I fear this cannot be done. He must be from Firecrow Empire. If any random expert can fight for the places, it would be chaos." Xianxia nodded, and he immediately had another thought. With a smile, he said, "When does the tournament start? Miss Linger should be able to fight a place for yourself, right?" Ding Linger was taken aback. Narrowing her eyes, she said, "Young Master Yun does have a pair of keen eyes. Yes, with my strength, I'll have no problem in getting a place for myself. But I don't want to expose my strength. But you, young Master Yun, can fight a place for yourself, and I'm sure you will succeed." Xianxia smiled and said nothing, but he began to plan in his head. The opening of Mount Meru was too important. All 5 wonderlands were every warrior's dream. Unfortunately, Mount Meru's own restriction limited the age, and no matter how one trained the bones and muscles, one could never deceive the power of restriction. It was impossible to sneak in. Since Xianxia was reborn, he must not miss such a great fated chance this time. Moreover, this was also an excellent opportunity to enhance the overall strength of Yanwu. They talked a little longer, and Xianxia took his leave. There was a complicated look in Ding Linger's eyes as she watched his figure dwindle, and she remained in silence for a long time. At last, she breathed a sigh. Along his returning journey, Xianxia was extremely excited. It was a godsend. While others had limited quota, he did not. After all, he had a transcendent-grade mystic artifact, the Divine Realm Tablet. He could bring unlimited people into Mount Meru with it. If this secret were to be learned by others, he probably would be killed in an instant. As long as he used the Divine Realm Tablet, all the warriors below the age of 50 years old in the 3 teams of Yanwu could enter Mount Meru together. But he dared not try with warriors older than 50 years old. After all, there had been a bloody lesson in the past. Many years ago, A peerless expert in the Holy Realm gathered all the top alchemists on the continent at that time and refined a peak 9th-tier spatial mystic artifact. According to the records, although it was not as incredible as the Divine Realm tablet, it had formed an independent space in itself which could produce spirit chi to nourish living things. It was also the strongest spatial mystic artifact on Th Record. Not long after it was refined, Mount Meru descended. The expert had an idea, and he hid all the people of his sect in the spatial mystic artifact, with the intention to sneak them into Mount Meru. As a result, at the moment he entered, the mystic artifact was directly crushed by Mount Meru's power of space. All the warriors older than 50 years old inside were instantly wiped out, while the rest, who were younger, were thrown into Mount Meru, unhurt. At that time, the peerless expert was hiding in it as well. As the mystic artifact and he were spiritually connected, he suffered a serious injury the moment it was destroyed, but he managed to rip the void with his mighty strength and escape. However, the power of restriction seemed to have a spirit, as it traveled through the void, followed him to the divine city of the Holy Realm, and killed him right in the face of all the top experts at that time. Since then, no one had dared to attempt to send warriors over 50 years of age into Mount Meru. Xianxia went over the story carefully in his mind. When the peerless expert entered Mount Meru, although his spatial mystic artifact was destroyed, the warriors younger than 50 years old inside were all safely thrown into Mount Meru. That was the most important point. He did not know whether the mystic artifact was destroyed because Mount Meru did not allow such spatial artifacts or because people over 50 years old were hiding in it, which triggered the restriction. If it were because of the latter, then he could bring the Divine Realm tablet into it without worries. But, if it were the former, the tablet might not be able to resist Mount Meru's power of restriction, regardless of how magical it was. He thought for a long time and finally made up his mind. If he cared only about his own cultivation base, he must protect the Divine Realm tablet. But, if he wished to enhance the overall strength of Yanwu, he would have to risk it. Even if the tablet were destroyed, as long as he could bring thousands of people inside, the price would be worthwhile. When he returned to Yanwu, he saw that the construction of the City Lord Mansion and the expansion of the city had already begun. He landed in front of the Pill Pagoda. After pondering for a moment, he threw out a few incantation seals. The Divine Realm tablet immediately turned into a beam of light and went into his forehead, hovering above his dantian. Without the 9 Dragons energy-absorbing array, the spirit chi inside the tablet should not be enough to support their cultivation for too long. He spread out his divine sense and quickly found where Duanyu was, which was an inn. His body flickered, and he was inside the building in the next instant. Duanyu was not alone, but accompanied by the 6 alchemists, who had nowhere to go. When they saw Xianxia, they became nervous. Xianxia glanced at Duanyu, who looked somewhat weak, as he smiled and said, "Congratulations on advancing to 3 stars Martial Emperor Realm." Duanyu appeared to be very tired, but when he heard Xianxia, he jumped to his feet and said in shock, "I'm now trapped at the level of a 7 stars Martial Grandmaster. So how did you know I've made a breakthrough?" Xianxia laughed. "I guessed it. With your previous strength, it was almost impossible for you to suppress the Blue Lotus Earth Fire in such a short time, unless you've made a breakthrough. And although you look tired now, there was a hint of joy on your face, so I knew you'd succeeded in subduing the fire. That means you must have advanced to the 3 stars. Duanyu's face was blank, and he finally stopped struggling in his mind. In the face of this freak, his wits, which he had always been proud of, became his biggest weakness. Xianxia turned to the 6 alchemists and said, "Relax your whole body and do not resist my divine sense." The 6 alchemists exchanged a look, and then they felt a divine sense blanket them. Xianxiao's pupils constricted slightly as he performed an incantation gesture with one hand. Suddenly, the 6 alchemists transformed into a beam of light and went into his forehead, entering the Divine Realm tablet. They were taken aback when they found they had come to another world. Then, they saw Xianxia smiling at them from not far away. "Welcome to the Divine Realm tablet. From today on, the 6 of you will be my alchemists." The Yunxiao inside the tablet was his soul form, while his true form was inside the inn with his eyes slightly closed. After advancing to a fourth-tier alchemist, his connection with the tablet had become closer. Perhaps it was time for him to try refining it again. Where are the men? Where are the 6 of them? Duan Yu was startled. He saw with his own eyes that the 6 of them flew right into Yunxiao's forehead, and that completely went against his knowledge. Terrified, he took a few steps backward and said, You ate all 6 of them? Yunxiao was speechless. Can you be more stupid than this? Come with me. He threw out a chariot as he dragged Duan Yu and flew into the distance. Several hours later, they traveled thousands of miles and came to a mountain range rich with spirit qi. There were rows of buildings inside a valley, where the supreme palace was located. Yunxiao spread out his divine sense and brought everything within miles around under his surveillance. Not bad. We'll borrow this place for a while. Who goes there? How dare you come to the 100 Swords sect to make trouble? A voice rang out from down below, and then a sword beam rushed up, slashing toward the blue wolf chariot. Yunxiao frowned and threw out a few incantation seals. The chariot burst into blue light and swooped down from the sky, flying straight toward the man who had released the sword beam. The man, clad in a yellow shirt, was lifting a great sword when he saw the chariot flying toward him. He was scared out of his wits instantly, and he quickly fled while screaming in panic, "An enemy is attacking us!" Although a blue wolf chariot was only a third-tier vehicle, it was extremely valuable. No one would be willing to use it as a weapon, but Yunxiao did not care. He drove the chariot right into the man. Finally, after skidding on the ground for tens of meters, knocking the man into coughing blood, and pinning him under the chariot, Yunxiao and Duan Yu walked down together. Puke! The weight of the chariot clogged the man's energy and made him spew out another mouthful of blood. How dare you trespass the 100 Swords sect and even hit me with a chariot? Do you know this will get you killed? Young sect leader! A crowd of people rushed in from all sides in shock, looking at the man under the chariot. Are you all right, young sect leader? Do I look all right to you? Why don't you come here and give it a try? The man grabbed a stone on the ground and threw it at the crowd. Take these 2 men down immediately. I'm going to crush them alive. Duan Yu laughed and said, You're not a very good driver. How did you get on his legs? You should have put his nasty mouth under the chariot. Yunxiao laughed as well. I had an impulse to kill him with the chariot when I saw him attack us without asking, but I didn't expect to run into an acquaintance. Oh? You know him? Duan Yu asked curiously. When the young sect leader heard that, he looked up and did find Yunxiao to be a bit familiar. Ah! He cried out suddenly. The young sect leader was actually the man whom Yunxiao had met on his journey to the Supreme Palace's celebration banquet, Xiao Jian of the 100 Swords sect. As soon as he recognized Yunxiao, he flew into a rage and roared, I know you! You are a disciple of the Diana sect. Fuck! How dare someone from a puny sect hurt me? What are you all waiting for? Take both of them down now. With a smile on his face, Yunxiao said, I haven't seen you for days, but you still look as elegant as I remember. Young sect leader. Bastard. How dare you mock me? You are dead meat, and so is Diana sect. Xiao Jian roared madly. The disciples around them were in confusion, but when they heard that the enemies were from the Diana sect, which was a lowly sect, they became excited and full of fighting spirits. Release our young sect leader, and we will spare you a whole body. If you are wise, kneel to one side and wait for our young sect leader to decide your fate. What are you waiting for? Kneel now. The disciples of the 100 Swords sect were in high spirits, gesticulating and shouting. But no one walked up, because they discovered that the strength of the man beside Yunxiao was unfathomable. Their divine senses returned nothing when they tried to probe his cultivation base. Kneel. Yunxiao's pupils constricted. A cold breeze emanated from his body, and a spiritual attack burst from his eyes, shooting out in all directions. Plop! Plop! Everyone was taken aback. A bitter chill made them gasp, and they suddenly felt a sharp pain in their heads. as if they were being stabbed by thousands of needles. They shrieked as strength left their legs, and they all fell to their knees around Xianxia in the next instant. Xianxia sneered, "Oh, so when you said kneel, you meant to kneel before me. The way the 100 Swords sect greets your guests is really special. You all may rise now." Duan Yu looked at Xianxia in horror as he sensed the spiritual attack as well. Even with his current cultivation base of a 7 stars martial grandmaster, he felt as if his head was hacked by a knife, which made him break out in a cold sweat. Each of the top 10 martial sovereigns in the heaven and earth power chart had not only cultivated martial arts to the peak, but also mastered peerless techniques that shook the world. And what Xianxia relied on to become one of the top 10 martial sovereigns was this eye technique, which attacked the mind and was extremely difficult to defend against. As long as the soul power of his foe was weaker than his, he could rely on his soul power to launch a wanton attack through his eyes. As a 9th-tier alchemy sovereign in his previous life, few people in the world could match his soul power. With his soul power gradually improving after becoming a 4th-tier alchemist, the power of his eye technique began to finally show up. "What are you doing? Are you crazy? Quickly take him down for me." Xian was pinned under the chariot so he was not attacked. He roared at the group of disciples in shock and fury. "Boy, you'll regret causing trouble at the 100 Swords sect. The sect leader and the elders are discussing in the Great Hall, and when they come out, you will be dead." A disciple threatened as he covered his head with both hands, his forehead sweating. "You keep saying this is the 100 Swords sect," Xianxia said with a smile. "But I thought this is the Supreme Palace? Even if all their people are gone, you've no right to occupy it, do you?" "Exactly." A voice rang out of the Supreme Palace's Great Hall as a man garbed in white walked out and said, "What this little brother said is very reasonable. The Supreme Palace's spirit vein is actually my Dark Sun sect's earth vein, which I had lent to them. Now that they are gone, it is only natural for me to take back this place. Yuan Yu and Wei, can you be more shameless? Is this Supreme Palace closer to your Dark Sun sect or my formless temple?" An old man followed closely behind the first man with a fierce look on his face. After that, a purple figure walked out and sneered, "Talking about distance? Eh? What a joke. The whole Supreme Palace is within the territory of my innate palace. If you are wise, get out of here as soon as possible. Who are you, boy? How dare you hurt my son?" A furious roar came out from the mouth of an old man in luxurious clothes. His hands were surrounded by swirling energy and flickering with electric arcs, and he seemed ready to explode. "Dad, save me, save me!" Xiao Jian cried out in wild joy at the sight of the old man. From their words, Xianxia understood at once what was going on. He smiled somewhat speechlessly and said, "Oh, what a lively gathering the 4 of you have. Does a spirit mountain or a treasured land belong to the one who stays closer to it?" "Of course." The 4 men spoke almost in unison. They thought nothing of Yunxiao's strength, but the faint aura leaking from Duan Yu's body made all 4 of them dare not to underestimate him. It was also because he was uncertain of Duan Yu's strength that the sect leader of the 100 Swords sect, Xiaoguang, held back his attack. Otherwise, he would have killed Yunxiao. Yunxiao's eyes were cold, and he said with a mocking smile, "Well, in my opinion, the spirit mountains and treasured lands of the 100 Swords sect, Dark Sun sect, Formless Temple, and Innate Palace are all very close to my Yanwu." "What nonsense are you talking about, boy? Where are your parents? Considering that you are young and ignorant, I'll forgive you this time. Now get out of my sight. Those who are greedy for ill-gotten gains will bring himself trouble." "What? You are from the city of Yanwu?" Xiaoguang's expression changed drastically, and he cried out, "The city lord of Yanwu who wiped out the Xingyang family, Li Yunxiao." "What?" The other 3 men, too, were taken aback. Recently, the incident of Yanwu had swept through almost the entire Firecrow Empire, reaching even other places in the south. The city lord of Yanwu, Li Yunxiao, was one of the hot topics being discussed by common people in the streets. Yanwu is thousands of miles from here. Does City Lord Li want to dig out the whole Spirit Mountain and bring it back? Asked the sect leader of the Dark Sun sect in a deep voice. Indeed, Yanwu is backed by the Myriad Treasure Store, the #1 trading company in the world, so why do you still want to fight for this tiny amount of resources with us? The abbot of the formless temple thought that Yanwu was a branch of Myriad Treasure Store. The palace lord of the innate palace, however, said, City Lord Li is an amazing youth, so he naturally doesn't care about this cheap place. Why don't you give me a hand? You will be my innate palace's friend forever. He simply wooed Yunxiao on the spot, which made the other three look unsightly, especially Xiao Guang. Looking at his son, who was still struggling under the chariot, he said in a deep voice, City Lord Li, please release my son first. We can talk after that. Yunxiao glanced at Xiao Jian. He had no animosity toward the man, but was just upset by his arrogance. With a faint smile, he threw out a palm and put away the chariot instantly. Then he laughed and said, I didn't think the four of you are so poor that you are fighting each other for this cheap place. Well, why don't you join Yanwu? I can give you all a good life. That gave the four men a pause, while the palace lord of the innate palace smiled awkwardly and said, City Lord Li is really good at joking. Yunxiao's eyes turned cold, and he said in a cold voice, I'm not joking with you. Since the four of you are here, you can join Yanwu together. In doing this, there will be no more arguing, and a deadly battle can be avoided. Don't you think so? With his face flickering, the abbot of the formless temple said, Since City Lord Li is here to mediate, I'll not argue with the three of them for your sake. He cupped his fist and said, I'll take my leave now. Yes, now that City Lord Li has come forward to mediate, we naturally have to show him respect. Gentlemen, I still have some business to handle in my sect, so I'll take my leave as well, said the sect leader of the Dark Sun sect with a cupped fist. Hold on, Yunxiao said coldly. Since you're not interested in joining Yanwu, I can't force it. But, as you all know, I've been in a few battles with the Xinjiang family lately, and it's been pretty draining. Fate has brought us here together, so I'd like to borrow some primordial stones from you. Haha, City Lord Li must be joking. Your city is backed by the Myriad Treasure Store, the #1 trading company in the world. You may need other things, but you will never run short of primordial stones. The palace lord of the innate palace laughed, but there was a reluctant look on his face. Ho ho, I hate telling jokes the most. If you regard me as your friend, each of you will lend me 50,000 medial-grade primordial stones. Otherwise, you are not considering me as your friend. As for those who don't regard me as a friend, Yunxiao's eyes grew cold as he said that, and when he snorted, an invisible spiritual power rippled out of him, but Duanyu spread out his aura timely. The four men were all one-star martial grandmasters, so after they were shaken by Yunxiao's soul power and sensed Duanyu's suppressing power, their faces turned pale, and they kept stepping backward. Do you want to join Yanwu or lend me 50,000 medial-grade primordial stones? If you think the friendship between us isn't worth 50,000 medial-grade primordial stones, I don't mind severing our relationship. The four men looked extremely unsightly. They read from Yunxiao's eyes that their lives would most likely end together if they chose to sever the friendship. All four of them were drenched in a cold sweat. It was the first time in their lives that they had met such blatant extortion. Those who were strong enough to extort them were all figures with a great reputation, and they would never do such a thing to them. Even if City Lord Li is in urgent need, there's no way we could bring so many primordial stones with us, said the abbot of the formless temple with a livid face. Don't worry. Yunxiao waved as he took out a paper and pen and wrote down 4 identical promissory notes. Then, he held them before the four men and said smilingly, You just have to put your thumbprints on the notes. The four men nearly fainted. They had never seen such a shameless man. But the aura exuded from Duanyu forced the four of them to bow their heads. Gritting their teeth, they bit their thumbs and each put a print on a different note. With a big smile on his face, Yunxiao put away the promissory notes and said kindly, The Supreme Palace and I are somewhat connected, so I'll borrow their old site for a while. You may leave now. Pardon me for not seeing you off. The four men were fuming, but their hearts filled with fear as well. Without saying another word, they threw out their chariots and left with their disciples. They came out to take advantage of others. Yet, they not only suffered humiliation in the end, but also owed someone 50,000 medial-grade primordial stones. For small sects like them, it was considered a great loss. Are we going to be ripped off like this and do nothing? After flying for several miles, Xiao Guang stopped the others with a voice transmission. His face was extremely dark as he said, "You are all prominent figures as well. If we let him bully us like this without doing anything, how are we going to lift our heads in Firecrow Empire in the future? What would other sects think of us?" The abbot of the formless temple snorted coldly and said, "What do you want to do then? Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Your son was hurt by him and you want revenge. Count us out. I don't believe you don't know about Yenwu's strength." The face of the innate palace's master was gloomy as well. It had silently wiped out the Xingyang family, causing the whole Firecrow Empire to be nervous for half a month. After that, a martial emperor appeared, killed Xingyang Hua, and even took his Blue Lotus Earth fire. Humph! Even the warrior behind Li Yunxiao is strong enough to wipe out our sects. Not to mention that martial emperor. Indeed, our skins are important, but our lives and foundations are more important. Xiao Guang, I advise you to control yourself. We cannot afford to offend Yenwu, the sect leader of the Dark Sun sect said kindly. The three of them discussed for a few more moments, all sighing before flying away in different directions. With an extremely unsightly expression, Xiao Guang also flew toward the Hundred Swords sect with all his disciples. After the four men had left, Duanyu said grumpily, "Are you really so greedy until you don't cherish your skin? I don't think you are so poor. After all, you are a city lord, and I heard you are backed by Myriad Treasure Store. Is it real?" Yun Xiao shook his head and said, "Of course it's fake. If I were backed by Myriad Treasure Store, would I still need to go to great lengths to collect primordial stones? In this world, how can one cultivate without primordial stones?" He discovered that after he began to cultivate the tyrant body tempering technique, the primordial stones it took him to advance by one level was a few times, or even a dozen times more than that of his previous life. And after the trip to the South Sea, his heart sank completely. He had absorbed almost all the spirit chi in a Kunwu divine tree that had grown for tens of thousands of years, and yet he only managed to advance by one major realm. If the same amount of spirit chi were given to any ordinary warrior, as long as his body could endure it, there was a good chance he would have already broken through to become a martial grandmaster, or even a martial supreme. He began to feel that his body was a bottomless pit. If this continued, he would not be able to afford the primordial stones he needed to cultivate one day. He really wanted to ask Ao Changkong how he had cultivated to the peak of a martial sovereign. The so-called invincible fleshly body was completely built upon a mountain of primordial stones. Well, I can only take one step at a time. Since Ao Changkong can do it, so can I. Duanyu, too, was aghast at the nature of his cultivation. Only those superpowers have such resource-consuming cultivation techniques. You're not a disciple of those superpowers, are you? The heavenly martial continent was nominally governed by the Holy Realm, but there were still some powerful sects and aristocratic families in this world, who were no less powerful than the Holy Realm. Such powers were called superpowers on the heavenly martial continent, and they could shake the whole world with just a single stamp of their feet. Yun Xiao snorted and said, "I wish I were, but I fear no power would take me in." He stood on the Blue Wolf chariot and flew around the whole Supreme Palace, blanketing the whole mountain range with his divine sense. Soon, he found the location of the Spirit Mountain's essence. The Eye of Spirit Chi turned out to be a woodshed in a corner of the Supreme Palace, where Yun Xiao was taken to when Ma Tianhe gave a banquet last time. There was a strange look on Yun Xiao's face as a beam of golden light burst out of his forehead and transformed into a stone tablet that was about a meter tall in the air, before falling down. Boom! The Divine Realm tablet landed directly atop the Eye of Spirit Chi and rooted firmly like a plant in the ground. At that moment, streams of underground spirit chi began to gather from all directions. Under Yun Xiao's divine sense, the earth beneath his feet was filled with surging spirit chi like thousands of rivers flowing into the sea. He had constructed a huge 9 dragons energy-absorbing array in the tablet, but he did not expect that it would begin functioning by itself. That gave him an idea, and he murmured to himself, if I construct other types of arrays, can I use them directly through the Divine Realm tablet? The idea immediately startled him. If it worked, he would have a moving fortress whose ability could be constantly enhanced. What is this? Duanyu looked at the glowing Divine Realm tablet in astonishment, clearly able to feel how extraordinary it was. Yunxiao said, come with me. Relax your divine sense and don't resist the guidance of my divine sense. He pulled Duanyu and they entered the tablet with just a step, hovering in midair. Duanyu was taken aback. He rubbed his eyes and spread out his divine sense as he glanced about in horror and said, this here. Don't tell me we are now inside the stone tablet, and don't tell me this is a spatial mystic artifact with its own independent space. Surprised, Yunxiao said, it looks like you know a lot. Not many people on this continent know about a mystic artifact. Even alchemists may not know about its existence. Duanyu froze to the spot, and his brain completely lost its ability to think. In the heavenly martial realm, it was said that there were ancient almighty experts who could tear apart heaven and earth and create a small world of their own with the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind. The 5 wonderlands that descended on the continent every once in a while were rumored to be the small worlds created by ancient almighty experts. And in the legends were some mythological figures who could evolve and refine this kind of small world, and some could even integrate them into mystic artifacts to create a very unique kind of existence, known as spatial mystic artifacts. Spatial mystic artifacts and storage mystic artifacts were 2 different concepts, and they were not comparable. Storage mystic artifacts were created by compressing and integrating space with mystic artifacts through arrays, and they could be used to store things. Meanwhile, spatial mystic artifacts were independent small worlds with the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind. This place is really the interior of a spatial mystic artifact. Duanyu's mind was completely blank, and he murmured to himself, tens of thousands of years ago, the peerless expert of the generation, Bai Lizuan, gathered the strength of the whole heavenly martial continent and refined a spatial mystic artifact called Noah's heavenly ship, but it was destroyed while traveling into Mount Meru. There are many disputes and debates among later generations of alchemists on whether the Noah's heavenly ship was a spatial mystic artifact. But in front of me now, he paused and then went on incredulously, this is definitely a real spatial mystic artifact, something that only exists in the legends. And this is not the Noah's heavenly ship. I can't believe there is a second spatial mystic artifact on the heavenly martial continent. Yunxiao smiled approvingly and said, it seems that you are quite knowledgeable, even knowing about the Noah's heavenly ship. I'm sure the ship is definitely a spatial mystic artifact, but I have not seen it, unfortunately. However, I'm also sure that its grade is definitely not greater than my Divine Realm tablet. There were already thousands of people cultivating inside the Divine Realm tablet. They all just marveled at it, and no one knew that this treasure was a heaven-defying existence. But Duanyu knew. This thing was not only heaven-defying, it was a world on its own, with its own set of rules. It's a pity that I'm not strong enough and cannot completely refine this treasure yet. We are just having some spiritual connection, said Yunxiao regretfully. Refine? Duanyu was drenched in a cold sweat. If Yunxiao could completely refine this spatial mystic artifact, he would become the real supreme existence in this world. His every move and word would be the rule of this world. That would make him a god here. After coming back from the South Sea and making contact with this Divine Realm tablet again, I seem to have gained additional insights. During this period, you will cultivate inside the tablet. I've constructed a 9 dragons energy-absorbing array here, so the spirit chi is tens of times richer than the outside. I want to have a good study on this tablet. After arranging a place for the dumbstruck Duanyu, Yunxiao floated up in the void and began to meditate in silence. The spirit chi in the whole tablet turned into huge ropes as they poured toward him from all directions. Absorb now, 1 chi of destiny. Yunxiao performed a few incantation gestures with both hands. His body burst into a golden light, and then the almost corporeal spirit chi began to crazily rush into him. But he seemed to feel that it was not enough. With a wave of a hand, various primordial stones appeared around him, mixed with glinting purple primordial crystals. They almost blotted out the sky, stretching for thousands of meters. These were all his primordial stones and primordial crystals. Inside the divine realm tablet, even if primordial chi were scattered through the air, it would not be wasted. Explode! Boom! Xianxia threw out a punch, and a powerful gust of wind spread and crushed the primordial stones, releasing a large amount of primordial chi contained in them. He did not stop there, but threw out thousands of punches in the span of a few breaths, causing the sky to turn misty. His figure gradually faded, wrapped by the vast expanse of primordial chi. Then he began to crazily absorb and cultivate. If it had been another one-star martial lord who crazily absorbed spirit chi like Xianxia, he would have died from the explosion of his body. But his dantian was like a bottomless pit, which would never be full no matter how much spirit chi was poured into it. Instead, the spirit chi was directly converted into a strange force and absorbed by his flesh, fusing into his bones, meridians, skins, and other parts, greatly nourishing every structure inside him. After the tyrant body tempering technique reached the second level, his physical strength would increase with every advancement of his cultivation base as well. However, if he wished to make his fleshly body reach the peak level and break through with his cultivation base together, the amount of spirit chi required would be simply appalling. That was Xianxiao's biggest concern now. He could no longer put aside his flesh and cultivate his chi alone. He had to work on both. And the massive amount of primordial chi his flesh needed would greatly hinder his cultivation speed. This might be the disadvantage of the tyrant body tempering technique. Every earth-shaking martial technique required great perseverance and effort to achieve something. He now finally understood that the martial sovereign tyrant, Ao Changkong's position at the top of the heaven and earth power chart was not a matter of luck. The amount of primordial chi he had taken to cultivate the tyrant body tempering technique to the peak of the Nine Heavens realm was enough to make hundreds of warriors break through to the Nine Heavens realm. It was the long accumulation and nourishment that perfected his flesh, giving him his indestructible body. Somewhere inside the tablet, Duanyu watched with a complicated look as the mass of almost corporeal primordial chi gathered in the void and wrapped Xianxia inside. He murmured to himself, "This lad's future achievements will most likely exceed our imagination." There have been countless almighty experts in the endless years of the heavenly martial realm, and I think his name will be among them soon. Duanyu sighed as he sat cross-legged and calmed himself before beginning to meditate. Xianxia sat cross-legged in midair, surrounded by a massive amount of primordial chi. After being absorbed into his dantian, only a small amount of the primordial chi was converted into the energy of the four quadrants and settled down. Most of it scattered and disappeared during the circulating process, and a portion was absorbed by his flesh and bones, quietly modifying the function of his body. Since he stepped into the level of tyrant body, he felt that his limbs were filled with a brutal force strong enough to shatter rocks, which was not weaker than his energy. Tough, domineering, unstoppable. The glazed body is to transform the flesh, eliminate impurities, and strengthen the constitution, so that the body has a perfect state. And the tyrant body is to derive a tyrant force on top of the foundation built by the glazed body. I can't believe this tyrant force is a powerful force hidden in the flesh after the potential of the body is stimulated. Is it really the right way for warriors to only cultivate chi? The flesh of a warrior is a great treasure house that contains an ultimate power like the universe, the heavenly Tao, the laws, and the stars. Soul, flesh, chi, all three of them are the most precious assets of the great Tao. A man only needs to cultivate one to the extreme, and he will be able to hold sway in the world. I'm cultivating all three together, and although the road is rugged and bumpy, perhaps this is a road leading to the 10 worlds realm. As Xianxiao's head was full of thoughts, he opened his eyes slightly, which flickered like stars. He locked his hands in an incantation gesture. Gradually, dragon-shaped shadows manifested in the surrounding sea of primordial chi and poured into his body. But he was like a bottomless pit that would never get full. In the end, all paths lead to the same great Tao. This tyrant body tempering technique is no different from artifact refinement. They both refine the materials to the purest state, thus deriving new power from the materials and transforming them into mystic artifacts. I understand now. Ao Changkong's so-called indestructible body is also a transcendent-grade mystic artifact. It is a mystic artifact that has been refined to its purest state with the heaven and earth as the cauldron and the body as the material. As he gained enlightenment in his mind, his body seemed to sense that. It began to emit waves of fluctuations, the frequency of which beat harmoniously in the divine realm tablet and resonated with a certain law, causing some changes to take place between the heaven and earth. Xianxia first felt the changes in his body. After absorbing a massive amount of primordial qi, his cultivation base of a 1-star martial lord burst open and stepped into the level of 2 stars. But that did not excite him. Instead, he looked solemnly at the sky. He was spiritually connected with the divine realm tablet. Although he could not see the full extent of it yet, every change in it was in his perception. At this moment, there seemed to be some kind of law quietly taking place in the void, vibrating harmoniously with the fluctuations emitted from his body. Under the vibration, at the end of the sky where the shadows were seen, a great number of golden specks emerged, flashing like fireflies in the night and gradually multiplying. Xianxia's pupils constricted and his eyes grew wide in horror as he stared unblinkingly at the sky. The golden specks began to stretch and merge, forming into golden tadpole-like characters. The formation of every character filled his head with a rumble while a huge pressure of law made him tremble violently. This kind of character? Xianxia clenched his jaws tightly as he resisted the tremendous pressure of law, and he forced his eyes open, trying to read each tadpole-like character. These are the same characters used in the Great Expansion Divine Technique, but they are not the Great Expansion Divine Technique. What exactly is this? He rotated all his strength to the peak. Soul power, qi, and tyrant force poured out of his body, keeping his eyes open. Soon, 2 streams of blood trickled down from his pupils, but he was not aware of it. Legend has it that there are some supreme laws of heaven and earth in this world that cannot be described in words. They are contained in the world and are indescribable. Could this kind of golden tadpole-like character be in existence used to describe those supreme laws? Xianxia tried to keep from shaking too violently until he could see the golden tadpole-like characters clearly. The first few big characters that came to his mind were the Great Realm Divine Technique. Great Realm Divine Technique. This is the scripture that contains the supreme law in the Divine Realm Tablet. As long as I understand it, I can completely refine the Divine Realm Tablet and achieve true spiritual unity with it. Xianxia was overjoyed. Having been in possession of the Divine Realm Tablet for so long, he had no way of exploring it beyond using it as a spatial mystic artifact. He did not expect that his realization of the principle of body cultivation would trigger the laws of heaven and earth and make this supreme scripture appear. The beginning of the grand ultimate is limitless void, nebulous as one energy, no separation. Thus, limitless void is the mother of the grand ultimate, and thus the origin of myriad things. 2 energies are separate. Heaven and earth judge. Grand ultimate results. 2 energies are yin and yang, yin quiescent and yang dynamic. Yin terminates, yang generates. Xianxia read it word by word. With each word he read, he found it more difficult to continue, like there was a great bell ringing in his head. Now, not only was blood trickling down from his eyes, but also from his ears, nose, and the corners of his mouth, which made him look terrifying. It looks like this thing is unreadable in words, just like the Great Expansion Divine Technique. Suddenly, he opened up his mind, exposing his spiritual altar and facing it directly at the golden tadpole-like characters in the sky, branding the entire divine scripture into his spiritual ocean. I have to take the risk. If I lose this opportunity, I don't know when will the next time be when I can be enlightened by the laws of the heaven and earth and make this divine scripture manifest again. Since my spiritual ocean can contain the Great Expansion Divine Technique, it should be able to contain this Great Realm Divine Technique as well. Boom! The result was that his spiritual altar was unable to withstand the pressure of the law. His mind was violently shaken, and his head went blank, as if it were blown apart. In the next instant, he lost consciousness and fell from the void. In his trance, the characters of the Great Realm Divine Technique appeared in his spiritual ocean, partly hidden and partly visible. Meanwhile, another obscure golden text also slowly emerged in his spiritual ocean. It was the Great Expansion Divine Technique. Its contents rang in his head, one word at a time, beating constantly like a heart. With the appearance of the Great Expansion Divine Technique, the partly visible Great Realm Divine Technique followed suit upon sensing the same aura and began to show up, one word at a time, blinking constantly on the other side of the spiritual ocean. The two divine scriptures clearly appeared in his spiritual ocean, shining on each other. But Xianxia had completely lost consciousness and fallen to the ground somewhere in the Divine Realm tablet. His head was covered with blood, and he was in a complete coma. There was no sun or moon in the Divine Realm tablet, so there was no turning from day to night. It was always daylight. Xianxia did not know how long it had been. He only kept hearing the sound of the Great Expansion Divine Technique in his head. After he was reborn, it was this divine scripture that restored the memory of his previous life. This feeling, am I dead again? Am I reborn again? He felt his head extremely heavy, as if it had occupied all the weight in his body, drooping on the ground and impossible to lift. Damn it, this head is as heavy as a copper hammer, as if it is filled with lead. What's going on? Lying sprawled on the ground, Xianxia opened his eyes slightly. Through his blurry vision, he saw a puddle of blood on the ground, giving off a fishy smell. This is my blood. He pushed himself up, and when he saw what was around him, he breathed a sigh of relief. He was still inside the Divine Realm tablet, and he could vaguely sense that. However, as soon as he tried to muster the power in his spiritual ocean, he felt a stab of pain in his head. His spiritual altar was obscured by a bright golden light. He performed an incantation gesture with one hand and began to recite the Great Expansion Divine Technique silently. Whenever he woke up from a coma, this scripture always emerged in his head, which showed its extraordinary effect. As the scripture echoed in his mind, the sting began to fade away. Nobody knew how long it had been, but his spiritual altar soon got clear, and he felt no more pain. Moreover, he sensed that his soul power had soared. Xianxia looked surprised. His soul power actually increased to a very strong level, directly stepping into the realm of alchemy kings. This marked him as a fifth-tier alchemist. It was a blessing in disguise. Had it not been for the Great Expansion Divine Technique in his spiritual ocean, his soul would have melted away and he would have perished. He could sense that in the depths of his spiritual ocean, there was a golden tadpole-like text that he was terribly afraid of in addition to the Great Expansion Divine Technique, partly visible and partly hidden. It was the Great Realm Divine Technique. The Great Expansion Divine Technique and the Great Realm Divine Technique. Both of them had the words, Divine Technique. Could they be the cultivation techniques left behind by experts of the Ten Worlds realm? The mightiness of these two cultivation techniques was beyond Xianxia's knowledge. He said doubtfully, but there are no descriptions of experts of the Ten Worlds realm in the records of continental history. After pondering hard for a long time and not coming out with a conclusion, he simply stopped guessing. At least he knew that this Great Realm Divine Technique was the key to control the Divine Realm tablet. Carefully, he sent his divine sense into the obscured region in his spiritual ocean and began to study the Great Realm Divine Technique. The beginning of the Grand Ultimate is limitless void, nebulous as one energy, no separation. Thus, limitless void is the mother of Grand Ultimate. By the time he had just read a quarter of it, he began to feel very tired. To his astonishment, his soul power, which was at its maximum level just now, had been exhausted. His eyelids drooped and he felt drowsy. Xianxia clenched his teeth abruptly, and his mouth immediately filled with blood. But he got slightly sober as well. He sat cross-legged down in shock and began to rotate the Great Expansion Divine Technique while reading the golden tadpole-like text. This nourished his exhausted soul power and made him feel better. And because he was spiritually connected with the Divine Realm tablet, he seemed to sense something from those characters. Thus the origin of a myriad of things. Two energies are separate. Heaven and earth judge. Grand ultimate results. Two energies are yin and yang. Yin quiescent and yang dynamic. Yin terminates, yang generates. This time he managed to read until 1/3 of the scripture. But after that, no matter how he rotated his soul power, he could not recognize the later part of the text. All he saw was a chaos floating in the depths of his spiritual ocean. After many attempts, he finally sighed and gave up completely. The remaining 2/3 of the scripture could only be read when his soul power improved again. At this moment, the sky was clear. The ocean of vital chi that he had used to crack open the vital stones and vital crystals had long dissipated into the world. Fortunately, this was the inside of the Divine Realm tablet. Even if it dissipated, it would still nourish the mountains and rivers of this world and eventually belong to him. After reading 1/3 of the Great Realm Divine Technique, Xianxia stepped out of the steel and appeared in Supreme Palace. He conjured a seal with one hand and immediately put the Divine Realm tablet into his glabella. Then, he sat down cross-legged and began to refine the Divine Realm tablet according to the scriptures recorded in the Divine Technique. To refine an ordinary profound level weapon, one only needed to use one's soul power to sense the pulse of the profound level weapon and achieve unity of mind and spirit with it. However, this Divine Realm tablet required an entire divine technique to perceive the heaven and earth in the tablet, comprehend the nomological laws of the world, and then reach the state of mind and spirit as one with the object and one with himself. While he was meditating, he felt that every time he performed a move of the Great Realm Divine Technique, he would have a better understanding of the Divine Realm tablet. Perhaps this Great Realm Divine Technique was a technique that existed solely for the Divine Realm tablet. He had created such a profound divine technique for an artifact, which showed how heaven-defying the Divine Realm tablet was. While Xianxia was meditating, a slight tremor suddenly came from Supreme Palace, and a biting cold air rushed out. Extreme cold chi? Xianxia's eyelids twitched. Suddenly, 3 figures appeared around him, and all of them had extremely unsightly expressions. Who is it? What happened to my Supreme Palace? There's actually no one here, the leader of the 3 said slowly. He raised his eyes, and his eyes were as sharp as knives. Suddenly, his pupils constricted as he stared at Xianxia and said angrily, "Brat, it's you!" His body trembled, and he rushed over with a loud roar. He was practically roaring, "Give me back my true phoenix flame!" They were Qi Zhenzi, who had been healing in seclusion, and Yi Shaoshan and Huyan Ming, the only surviving members of the 6 supreme disciples. No one knew where they were, but they had managed to avoid Xingyang's killing, and even Yunxiao's divine sense could not find them. "Martial uncle, don't kill him. Capture and refine the true flame alive." Huyan Ming's eyes also burst with light as he hurriedly shouted, "Humph, kid, there's a path to heaven, but you refuse to take it. Since you've delivered yourself to my door, then I won't be polite with my subordinates." Qi Zhenzi's mind was occupied with the phoenix true flame, and he only had Yunxiao in his eyes. He opened his palm, and streams of gray aura shot out from his 5 fingers. They came from several directions like vines, trying to tie Yunxiao up. Yunxiao sighed softly. With a flash of red light in his hand, Tiger Fang's sword transformed into a fierce tiger and shot out. Tens of thousands of sword beams scattered and cut off the 5 gray streams, but the tiger's momentum did not slow down as it pounced on Qi Zhenzi. Bang! Qi Zhenzi's pupils contracted. He slapped away the fierce tiger's sword energy and cried out in horror, "Martial Lord, you've been promoted from a 9-stars warrior to a 2-stars martial lord in just a month? How is this possible?" Not only him, but Yi Shaoshan and Huyan Ming were also dumbfounded. Their brains short-circuited at the same time. True fire, it must be true fire. He must have absorbed the true fire, Huyan Ming roared with heartache. That's why he has such a dreamlike cultivation speed. Give me back my true phoenix flame. Qi Zhenzi's heart ached, and he was extremely vexed. He was so angry that his 5 fingers cracked. If you know what's good for you, you'd better cooperate with us to take out the true fire. Junior nephew Huyen is a 4th-tier alchemist, and I'll definitely ask him to find a way to keep you alive. Yun Xiao stood with the sword in his hand and looked at him as if he was an idiot. As if sensing the situation outside, a golden light flashed in the Divine Realm tablet, and Duanyu stepped out and stood beside Yun Xiao, his cold eyes sweeping over the 3. Swish! Qi Jinzi gasped. The aura emanating from Duanyu's body had actually suppressed him. The killing intent that was revealed from it sent a chill down his spine. This lord, you are Ing Luo? Duanyu snorted coldly and glanced at him, as if he didn't care to answer. Qi Jinzi's heart was beating like a drum. He asked carefully, Sir, may I know what is your relationship with this child? Huyen Ming, on the other hand, looked puzzled. He frowned and stared at the Divine Realm tablet behind him, as if he had sensed something extraordinary about it. Duanyu slightly raised his eyes and gave him a glance, then said lazily, It's whatever you think it is, it doesn't matter. Qi Jinzi felt suffocated and cupped his fists. I have some grudges with this young man. I hope that this lord will not interfere. Don't worry, Yun Xiao said. He won't do anything. Duanyu gave him a surprised look. Does this kid want to fight a martial grandmaster alone? Although Qi Jinzi had not fully recovered from his injuries, he was still a 1-star martial grandmaster. As the saying went, 1 man could overcome 10 men. The 2 of them were separated by 2 major realms, which was not a gap that could be closed by skill. But when Yun Xiao said that, Qi Jinzi was even more uncertain. My lord, I'm Huyen Ming, a 4th-tier alchemist, Huyen Ming said with a bright voice. As long as my lord doesn't interfere in our private affairs, I, Huyen Ming, will owe you a big favor. I'll definitely repay you in the future. TSK. Was Tyr for that amazing? You're nothing in my eyes, Duanyu said triumphantly. He was scolding Yun Xiao, and he gave him a smug look. What he did not know was that Yun Xiao was already a 5th-tier being. But when Huyen Ming heard this, his expression changed drastically. A favor from a 4th-tier alchemist was something that many people would fight for, even among martial grandmasters. Even a martial emperor of the 7 constellations realm would not want to offend a 4th-tier alchemist at will. However, the disdainful and unconcerned expression on Duanyu's face was definitely not an act. That meant that he was really not interested. Qi Jinzi's heart was beating like a drum, and he asked tentatively, My lord, can I capture this thief and take him away? Duanyu suddenly burst into laughter. You seem to think that you've got him in the bag, don't you? Qi Jinzi seemed to understand. Of course. Could it be that Darren thinks that there's some suspense? Yun Xiao chuckled non-committally and said, Qi Jinzi, why don't we make a bet? Qi Jinzi crossed his arms and snorted. What qualifications do you have to bet with me? But there's no harm in telling. The man next to me will never make a move, Yun Xiao said lightly. You can do whatever you want. If you can take me down, you can have the true phoenix flame. If you can't, I want the 3 of you to submit to me. Is this a good bet? What? You want to fight me one-on-one? Qi Jinzi's eyes widened as if he had seen the most unbelievable thing in the world. Pledge allegiance to you? What qualifications do you have to think of subduing me? Huyen Ming's face was full of mockery and disdain. Yi Shaoshan remained silent from beginning to end, only frowning slightly. He was an 8-stars martial king, so he had no say in this place. Ha! You don't even dare to bet on this? Yun Xiao sneered without hiding it and said coldly, If that's the case, then get lost. What's the use of taking in such a cowardly waste? Big words. You're so arrogant. I'll defeat you even in martial arts, let alone martial Uncle Qi. Huyen Ming shouted angrily. As a 4th-tier alchemist, he was also a martial lord. He had always had high standards, and even those big sects and aristocratic families didn't dare to say that they wanted to recruit him. Qi Jinzi's face turned serious. Sir, will you intervene in this bet? What he was most worried about was Duanyu. If it were not for this martial grandmaster, who he could not see through, he would have killed Yun Xiao with 1 palm long ago, and he would not have wasted so much time. Duan Yu was a little worried. Looking at Yunxiao's indifferent look, he said slowly, "Since both sides have agreed, I will naturally not interfere. Then I'll be the witness. If someone reneges, don't blame me for being ruthless." He deliberately stared at Hu Yanming, his gaze piercing like a steel knife. Hu Yanming was so shocked that his entire body turned cold. He said in a serious voice, "Since there's a lord as a witness, we naturally won't break our promise." Yi Shaoshan also nodded his head slightly in agreement. Qi Jinzi looked at Yun Xiao indifferently. He could not figure out why this one-star martial lord dared to challenge him. "Make your move, or don't blame me for not giving you the chance to make your move if you lose," he said leisurely. "Since Lord Qi has the demeanor of a lord," Yun Xiao said with a smile, "I won't be polite." He raised the tiger fang sword and blew on it lightly. The roar of a tiger resounded. The seal on the sword was instantly removed, and shadows of blood-red tigers roared out of the sword. It was as if they were in a primitive forest, and demonic qi filled the sky. Qi Jinzi's expression changed slightly. The power of this sword was so strong that it was far beyond the power of an ordinary martial lord. It must be the effect of the true phoenix fire. Qi Jinzi attributed all of this to the true phoenix fire, and the thought of it made his heart ache. His gaze became even more fanatical. As long as Duan Yu did not interfere and he captured the young man, all the benefits would be his. Even the light of a grain of rice glows. Qi Jinzi sneered and struck with his palm. The wind from his palm broke through the air and suppressed all the demonic qi. Under the might of this palm, the numerous tiger phantoms immediately dissipated, and everything became clear. Brat, strength can overcome 10 techniques. No matter how powerful you are, you can't escape from my palm. Just take this as a lesson and surrender. For the sake of this lord, I'll try my best to spare your life." He continued to persuade, but his hands did not stop at all. In an instant, dozens of fist shadows were blasted out, condensed in the air and not scattered, whistling down. Moreover, the fist shadow exuded a bone-chilling aura that almost froze the entire area. Duan Yu's pupils constricted as well, as he could see the power of the energy. He couldn't help but feel nervous. If they were at the same level, even he might not have the confidence to deal with this kind of cold qi. Yun Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly as he bent his body and kicked his legs hard. His body shot out, and even though he had performed the footwork of shifting shadows under the fist shadows that filled the sky, he did not manage to hit the target. Ice pits were formed on the ground, and they all turned into light blue crystals. Qi Jinzi cast a spell with one hand and shouted, "Your movement technique is not bad, but it's useless. Extreme cold true qi. Condense." Creak, creak, creak. The icy air that was spreading all over the ground suddenly condensed under his spell. The air was constantly frozen in a color visible to the naked eye, and the entire ground was covered in a layer of frost. Yun Xiao hurriedly rose to his feet and leaped into the air like a floating leaf, trying to jump out of the ice zone. But as soon as his feet left the ground, they were immediately frozen in midair by the cold air, and a look of panic appeared on his face. Qi Jinzi couldn't help but laugh. "Aha, this is boring. I haven't even warmed up. Young man, in the future, restrain yourself and don't be so ignorant." He flew forward and could not help sneering when he saw Yun Xiao's frightened face. "My lord," he turned to Duan Yu and said, "The bet is over. I'm taking this man with me." Then, he reached out and grabbed Yun Xiao's forehead. Qi Jinzi's hand suddenly stopped in mid-air. A sense of extreme danger welled up in his heart. This was a warrior's instinct. The higher one's cultivation realm, the more accurate this instinct would be. What's going on? This feeling, it actually makes me feel so dangerous? Could there be more variables? He stared at Yun Xiao, who was frozen, and suddenly gasped. He was about to step back in horror. Although Yun Xiao was still frozen, the panic on his face had long disappeared. His eyes were like stars as he stared at him with a cold smile. "How could you? How boring. I just revealed a little flaw and you fell for it. I haven't even warmed up yet." The fiery cloud between Yun Xiao's brows flashed, and a phoenix fire shadow whizzed out. In an instant, the temperature of the entire land rose abruptly, as if they had suddenly been placed under the scorching sun from an extremely cold place. The contrast in temperature made everyone feel extremely uncomfortable. All the ice chi disappeared in an instant, and the faint phoenix shadows flew toward Qi Jinzi's forehead. A sense of danger made him shiver. As he was too close, the power of the flames covered a large area and directly enveloped him, making it impossible to avoid. Extreme cold true Qi, ice-shattering armor. Qi Jinzi roared in horror. Layers of ice crystals appeared on his body and wrapped him up, forming an extremely strong ice defense, blocking the heat waves around him. Boom! The illusory phoenix struck the shattered ice armor and immediately bloomed with a dazzling light. The layer of ice armor let out a teeth-numbing creak and began to disintegrate inch by inch. Ah! Qi Jinzi let out a scream. His body turned black in an instant. There was no fire, but he looked like he had been burned. His skin cracked, and the fire poison seeped into his meridians, causing black blood to flow out. True phoenix fire. He has actually refined the true phoenix fire. Hu Yanming looked at this scene in horror. A flame that could burn a martial grandmaster with a single strike was definitely the true phoenix fire. Although it did not show its physical form, its faint shadow was already enough to shock the sky. Tiger Tooth Sword, Green Lotus Sword Song. Die! Yunxiao cried out. As the true flame appeared, he leaped forward, and huge blood-red lotus flowers bloomed on the blood-red Tiger Fang sword, falling on Qi Jinzi. Rumble! There were a total of 7 blood-colored green lotuses. The moment they fell, they turned into 10,000 sword rays, almost cutting the space into pieces. From afar, sword Qi could be seen crisscrossing, penetrating the heavens and penetrating the earth. Qi Jinzi's continuous screams were heard. His body was torn apart by the sword Qi, and he was in great pain. Although the song of the Azure Lotus Sword did not cause any substantial damage to him, the true fire shadow had burned his true Qi protection. At this moment, tens of thousands of sword Qi entered his body and began to swim wildly, cutting his meridians and muscles inch by inch. Countless wounds appeared inside and outside of his body, and the pain was unbearable. Yunxiao stood with his sword in hand, and his clothes were spotless. The result of this exchange was as if the opponent was a martial lord who had been beaten by 2 moves, while he was the high and mighty martial grandmaster. The visual effect was completely reversed. Not to mention Hu Yanming and Yi Shaoshan, even Duan Yu was shocked. This was the first time he had seen Yunxiao fight in a real sense. The kind of combat techniques and tactics that broke through force with skill, combined the real with the fake, avoided the heavy and avoided the light, were as strong as those who had been through hundreds of battles, and were by no means something a warrior who spent all day in seclusion could do. Even if he was the one fighting, he would not be able to easily injure an existence 2 major realms higher than him. Yunxiao looked at Qi Jinzi, who was lying on the ground and wailing in the distance, and snorted coldly. All right, stop playing dead. Now that we're done warming up, let's get serious. It was only a warm-up. Is he really just a 2-stars martial lord? Yi Shaoshan was completely stunned, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Hu Yanming's expression was also extremely unsightly. The other party had refined the true phoenix fire, which meant that he possessed the most young and unyielding flames in the world, which just happened to restrain their supreme palace's extreme cold true Qi. The originally overbearing and unparalleled true Qi had become a weakness instead. The only thing he could do now was to carefully avoid the true fire and suppress the other party with absolute strength. This was the only way to win. Qi Jinzi also understood this. He rushed up from the ground angrily and jumped into the air. As a martial arts grandmaster, he could stand in the air while the other party could only stand on the ground. This way, they could avoid close contact. If the other party used the true phoenix fire, there would be enough distance to avoid it. A man stood in the wind with a sword in his hand, his face revealing a calm and confident expression. One of them was hunchbacked into a ball. His entire body was as black as charcoal, and blood that was filled with fire poison was still flowing through his body, giving off a pungent smell. The stark contrast between their images made Huyanming and Yi Shaoshan begin to doubt the bet they had thought they would definitely win. "Brat, your good luck ends here." Qi Jinzi crossed his arms, and beams of light bloomed from the circle in front of him. Gradually, a small bell appeared, emitting an ancient charm. It enlarged and finally formed a big bell. He held it with one hand and raised it high. "Mountain River Bell." Huyan Ming's expression changed drastically, and he said in shock and anger, "It's one of the Supreme Palace's most precious treasures, and it's said that it was stolen by a thief. Because of this, the palace master investigated for several months, and more than 100 people were implicated and had their cultivation crippled. More than 10 people even died because of this. It was actually you who stole it." Yi Shaoshan was also shocked, and his eyes were filled with anger. A few of the people who were punished to death were his beloved disciples. Yunxiao's expression changed drastically as well, and his eyes flickered with incredulity. He stared at the bell for a long time before he breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "I thought it was the Cauldron Suppression Mountain River Bell, but it's a fake. Brat, what nonsense are you spouting? This is the real bell of mountains and rivers." Qi Jinzi said angrily. "The sound of the bell can suppress the mountains and rivers." He slammed his palm on the bell, and an ancient, muffled sound reverberated. The whole sky trembled, and even Yi Shaoshan and Huyan Ming felt the world spin around them, and they could not stand steadily. Yunxiao's face turned serious as he muttered to himself, not bad at all. Even though it's a replica, it still has this kind of power." Bang! 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 Qi Jinzi's face turned ferocious. He struck out 3 palms in a row. The entire sky was distorted by the sound waves, as if it was going to shatter. Huyan Ming's cultivation level was the lowest, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He hurriedly swallowed a few medicinal pills and sat down cross-legged to heal his injuries. Yi Shaoshan also hurriedly circulated his true qi to resist the sound wave attack. Even Duan Yu's eardrums were ringing, and his blood and qi were shaking. His mind was buzzing, and he felt like it was about to burst. Ha ha ha! Other than attacking qi and blood, the mountain river bell could also attack one's mind and sea of consciousness. In light cases, their souls would be damaged and they would lose their memories. In severe cases, their souls would be directly shattered and they would become soulless corpses. Qi Jinzi looked at the expressions on everyone's faces and couldn't help but laugh. With this mountain river bell, even if I encounter an existence that is a few levels higher than me, I can still win. The power of the sound wave vibrated around Yunxiao and rushed directly into his spiritual sea. He started to recite the Great Expansion divine technique in his heart, and the uncomfortable feeling immediately disappeared. Although the qi and blood around his body were also shaken, he exerted a little force and was immediately suppressed by the overbearing force. He only felt that his eardrums were buzzing from the vibration, but he did not feel any other discomfort. The mountain river bell was a precious treasure that specialized in attacking one's consciousness and blood qi. However, it was completely useless against his powerful soul power and physical body. In fact, if he attacked with his true energy, he would be able to defeat all of them with his strength alone, and Yunxiao really did not have any good ideas. Bang! 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 However, Qi Jinzi obviously didn't know that. He was still striking the bell in the sky. Yunxiao just looked at him coldly, because every knock consumed a lot of primordial qi. He could wait for the exhausted man at ease, so why not? After a few loud sounds, he sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes to cultivate, because he realized that his true qi had started to become full under the sound waves of this fake mountain and river bell, and he faintly felt that he was about to break through. Humph! With your 4 symbols realm cultivation, it's useless to resist. Even a martial king or a martial grandmaster would have their soul shattered by my mountain river bell, and their bodies would explode to death. Qi Jinzi held back the pain in his body and struck with all his might. When he saw Yunxiao sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, he thought that the young man could not hold on any longer, so he struck harder. On the side, Yi Shaoshan and Huyan Ming had already begun to bleed from their bloodied holes. Duan Yu also sat down cross-legged with a solemn expression and began to resist the bell. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Qi Jinzi was exhausted. He looked at the expressionless Yun Xiao in shock, who was sitting cross-legged like a wooden sculpture, and his heart was filled with shock and doubt. Why is this kid so expressionless? Could it be that his soul was forcefully shattered? Qi Jinzi looked at them from afar and thought, not good. If he's dead, what about the true phoenix flame? In a hurry, he flew down with the bell in his hand, trying to check Yun Xiao's condition and see if he could find any trace of true fire in his body. But to his surprise, as soon as his divine sense touched Yun Xiao's body, it was immediately blocked by an even more powerful divine sense. That divine sense was so powerful that it actually made his soul tremble in an instant. What's going on? Qi Jinzi's brain short-circuited. Wasn't his soul destroyed? This divine sense was a swan and I. Rumble. The qi of heaven and earth in the surroundings suddenly trembled and gathered madly. I'm scared. Qi Jinzi did not know what was going on, but he was taken aback by Yun Xiao's warning. He hurriedly retreated dozens of meters and hovered in the sky far away, looking at Yun Xiao in shock. The qi of heaven and earth around him surged into his body, showing the colors of the 4 symbols. This Tao Wu, did he advance? He was dumbfounded on the spot. With his cultivation level, he could naturally see that this was a sign of advancement. Not only him, but the other 3 were also dumbfounded. Huyan Ming and Yi Shaoshan were even covered in blood as they stared blankly at the image of the advancement. Duan Yu even cursed out loud and said angrily, "This kid lied to me about how difficult it was for him to advance, how many primordial stones he needed, and how much more difficult it was for him than ordinary warriors. Damn it! It only took him a few days to advance from a 1-star martial lord to a 3-star martial lord." Yun Xiao did not expect that his breakthrough would be so easy this time. It was mostly because the excessive primordial qi he had absorbed last time had been deposited in his body, which had been completely refined by the cultivation of the Great Realm divine technique. Now, he had also been baptized by the surging and surging baptism of his body, blood, and qi by the fake mountain and river bell, so he could easily break through to 1-star. He gently opened his eyes and carefully examined his body. There was indeed nothing wrong with his body. He immediately smiled gratefully at the dazed black charcoal in the sky. Qi Jinzi was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. His scalp was numb and his body was on fire. How could this be? How was that possible? Under the mountain river bell, even a martial king or a martial grandmaster would find it hard to resist. Not only is he fine, but he has also advanced. Qi Jinzi felt like he was about to explode. He roared, "Bastard, how is that possible? Go to hell. Die. Die." He raised the bell and threw it down like a weapon. Bell of mountains and rivers, cauldron to suppress mountains and rivers, suppress him to death. The mountain and river bell transformed, and circles of spiritual energy rippled around it. The bell body instantly turned into the size of a mountain peak, and directly covered the ground. The entire world turned dark. Boom! Without a doubt, Yun Xiao was thrown into the mountain and river bell. Die! 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 Qi Jinzi kept striking the bell, sending streams of true qi into it, trying to shake Yun Xiao to death. He had consumed too much true qi just now, and now he was almost at the end of his strength. He had a feeling that he was going to risk it all at all costs. Duan Yu was shocked. He wanted to help, but he did not understand the situation. Suddenly, he raised his eyebrows and found that the divine realm tablet, which had been beside him, had suddenly disappeared. Clang! 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 Qi Jinzi madly injected his primordial qi into the bell, and the mountain and river bell let out a muffled sound as a stream of aura spread out, as if it was going to completely refine Yun Xiao, who was trapped inside. Long! Rumble! Just as Qi Jinzi rang the bell, an even more overbearing sound came from the inside of the bell, shaking the mountain river bell. Humph! You want to break out of the bell? Dream on! Qi Jinzi's expression turned ferocious. This mountain river bell is a 7th grade weapon. It is invulnerable. Unless you have a profound level weapon of the same grade, you can forget about breaking it. As soon as he finished speaking, the body of the mountain river bell suddenly enlarged, as if it was being stretched open by something. It actually began to be covered with cracks. Extremely overbearing and divine auras seeped out from the cracks. This Taowu, Qi Jinzi's mouth was wide open, and he was completely dumbfounded. Boom! The mountain and river bell was completely shattered into pieces, flying in all directions. Xianxia walked out of it with a cold face, dragging a stone tablet in his hand, which was glowing and spinning. From time to time, tadpole-like characters would appear on it, flickering between life and death. This aura made everyone feel as if it was extremely divine and difficult to resist. What profound level weapon is this? He actually broke the mountain river bell and is completely fine. Huyanming was also shocked. He stared at the divine realm tablet without blinking. Even with his status, he couldn't sense the level of this profound level weapon at all. Xianxia chanted obscure notes as he performed incantation gestures with both hands. It took him a long time to form a complicated seal, which was actually composed of tadpole-like characters, and then flew into the divine realm tablet. Ancient sealed text. Huyanming's eyes widened as he cried out involuntarily. He had only seen this kind of ancient tadpole-like characters on the stone that sealed the true phoenix fire last time, and he didn't know what it was. He didn't expect that someone would use this kind of seal. It was simply incredible. Under the incantation seal, the divine realm tablet shone with thousands of beams of light and flew out of Yunxiao's hand. It turned into a mountain and pressed down on Qi Jinzi. Qi Jinzi wanted to escape, but he found that the space around him had been locked. There was no way to escape. He could only watch the mountain-like divine realm tablet fall straight down, his face full of despair. Boom! Similarly, without any suspense, Qi Jinzi was suppressed directly, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. However, everyone present was an expert, and they soon discovered that Qi Jinzi's life force had completely disappeared. They were all dumbfounded. A martial lord had killed a martial grandmaster so easily, Lao AI, except for the fact that he had spent a lot of energy to use the divine realm tablet, which made his face a little pale. Xianxia was spotless, as if he had done something insignificant. All of them, including Duanyu, felt a chill in their hearts, and a chill ran up their spines. Was he still a martial lord with such combat strength? In fact, if Qi Jinzi hadn't been at the end of his rope, it wouldn't have been difficult for him to avoid the attack from the divine realm tablet. Even so, the challenge of crossing two major realms still caused a huge wave to surge in the crowd. It was really difficult to accept. What made people even more speechless was that Xianxia had advanced to a 1-star by and out of thin air in the battle. Is he dead? Duanyu asked with great difficulty. Xianxia pointed at the tablet with one hand, and it immediately flew back to his palm, turning into a beam of light and returning to his glabella. A huge pit appeared on the ground. In the middle of the pit, a shapeless pile of meat stuck in the soil. One could tell that it was Qi Jinzi's body just from his clothes. Although they had already guessed that this would be the result, they still sucked in a cold breath after seeing the truth. A martial arts grandmaster powerhouse had actually died in such a cowardly manner, becoming a pile of mud. The visual impact was too hard to accept. Whoosh! Xianxia opened his palm, and a storage ring flew out of the mud and fell into his hand. Gulp! Duanyu swallowed hard and said with great difficulty, "You want something from such disgusting rotten flesh?" Xianxia rolled his eyes at him and snorted. "Didn't I tell you that I'm poor and need resources?" Duanyu was disgusted. "You still have the nerve to say that? He lied to me about how difficult it was to advance. I haven't seen him in a few days. Fuck. He had already been promoted to a 3-stars martial lord. I'll be a bastard if I ever believe you again." This matter was really inexplicable. Xianxia ignored him and looked at the other two. "You guys want the true phoenix flame on me too?" Huyanming and Yi Xiaoshan's faces immediately turned pale. Even Qi Jinzi had been killed by him, so they were even less of a match for the wine. I'll give you two choices. 2. Die. No one would choose to die, so the two of them quickly swore their allegiance. With a point of his finger, Yuanshao immediately took the two men into the Divine Realm Tablet. As long as he could enter the Divine Realm Tablet, everything would be under his control. He wasn't afraid that the two of them would resist. Huyen Ming immediately understood what kind of existence the Divine Realm Tablet was, and he could not even muster up the slightest will to resist it. Therefore, he was sent to Mount Inch by Yuanshao to refine weapons and pills. Yi Shaoshan had the strength of an 8-stars martial king. So he placed him in the center of the spiritual qi at the foot of Mount Inch and let him concentrate on his cultivation. Xiao Qingwang sensed Yi Shaoshan's aura, and the two longtime enemies sighed and smiled at each other. Now, Yuanshao had mastered some basic uses of the Divine Realm Tablet, which was almost equivalent to a mobile fortress. If this news were to spread, it would surely shock the world. I'm going to Qinghai to deal with the Blueluan warship. Do you want to come with me? Or do you want to enter the Divine Realm Tablet to cultivate directly? Yuanshao turned to Duanyu and said, Your treasure is really like the Noah skyship. Duanyu said with a wry smile, I'll cultivate in it. However, without the injection of spiritual qi, the origin energy within it also seems to be gradually dissipating. That's right, Yuanshao nodded. The world in this Divine Realm Tablet can't be compared with the heavenly cycle world we are in. It couldn't generate spiritual energy on its own and had to rely on absorbing external resources to nourish the living things inside. However, the amount of spiritual qi required to maintain the operation of such a world is simply astonishing. With some lingering fear, he said, Look at the spirit veins within 1,000 miles of Yanwu. How long has it been? I used the 9 Dragons energy-absorbing array to absorb all of it. When Yanwu gains a firm foothold in Firecrow Empire, I'll have all those little bastards inside get out. I really can't afford to take care of them. Duanyu also sighed. Fortunately, the spirit energy contained in the Divine Realm Tablet was enough to last for a while. It was unknown which ancient almighty was able to refine such a heaven-defying artifact. This seemed to have gone beyond the scope of a profound-level weapon. Even the so-called Noah's skyship might not be comparable to this Divine Realm Tablet. After putting Duanyu into the Divine Realm Tablet, Yuanshao took out a Tiger King chariot and headed toward the Tianxiang Empire. A few days later, he walked out of the Myriad Treasures store in Qinghai with a satisfied look on his face. The shopkeeper followed behind him, and after exchanging some pleasantries, he watched him leave. 1 million mid-grade primordial stones were already in his hands. There wasn't much suspense in this matter. With his relationship with the Myriad Treasure Tower's elder, he could get 10 times or even 100 times more primordial stones. He just didn't want to attract too much attention at the moment. Yuanshao strolled around Qinghai for a while, then walked into a tea house and began to drink by himself. I heard that the Flying Sword sect and the other 2 great sects are being controlled by the Thousand Crane Pavilion. However, these 3 major sects have indeed disappeared from Qinghai during this period of time. I guess it's true. The Thousand Cranes Court is the #1 sect in the Tianxiang Empire. If they don't do anything about the Constellation sect's destruction, it will be troublesome when the Constellation sect comes from another region. It's said that the 4 great domains on the heavenly Martial continent are separated by hundreds of millions of miles. A low-level warrior can't reach them even if he tries his whole life. No matter how powerful the Constellation sect is, it'll take at least dozens of years for them to cross over to this place, right? TSK. Look at your little knowledge. After reaching the 9 Heavens Martial Emperor realm, one could directly shrink the land into inches, break the void, and cross thousands of miles with one step. These large sects that had been passed down for tens of thousands of years all had long-distance teleportation formations. Crossing a region in the blink of an eye, it's like eating. Really? Brother Dafe, don't lie to me. Shrinking the earth and shattering the void? Are they still human? Humph. You know nothing. That was something only a martial emperor of the 9 Heavens realm could do. Do you know what the 9 Heavens realm is? Do you know what a martial supreme is? He was above the 9 Heavens, the emperor of martial arts. What can't you do? Tisk, TSK. When will I be able to step into the 9 Heavens realm as well? How great would that be? Then my two beautiful little cousins would not have been snatched away by that bastard Xianxia. In the tea house, Yunxiao had heard all kinds of gossip about the destruction of the Constellation sect's Qinghai branch. Now, everyone was certain that it was the Flying Sword sect, Tiger Slayer sect, and Stonefang House who had done it, and that these three sects were already under the tight control of Thousand Crane Pavilion. Most of the people were cursing the Thousand Cranes court for being immoral and imprisoning a local sect for a foreign sect. The entire Tianxiang Empire's warriors seemed to have lost face, and for a moment, everyone was filled with righteous indignation. Soon, an old man with a mustache came up. After looking around the tea house, he went straight to Yunxiao, poured himself a cup of green tea, and drank it in one gulp. Then, he cleared his throat and said, "Young man, what do you want from this old man?" Yunxiao smiled as he closed the teacup and said, "I've heard that the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce will accept any kind of business. If the customers want to keep their business confidential, they will satisfy them." The old man chuckled and did not comment. He squinted his eyes and said, "That will depend on the price." Yunxiao knocked on the table and threw down some gold coins as he said, "Let's go. Follow me to see the goods. I don't know how long it'll take for me to repair a chariot." The man was Shangguantai, the manager of the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce in Qinghai. After taking a few more sips of tea in a hurry, he followed Yunxiao with a smile, and the two of them left one after another. A moment later, a blue wolf chariot appeared in the sea 10,000 miles away, near the island where the Blueluan warship was hidden. "Kid, what chariot are you repairing? Don't tell me it's a Blueluan warship." Shangguantai was a little suspicious. Yunxiao chuckled as a few incantation gestures flew out of his hand and shot into the sea not far ahead. Immediately, the ocean view gradually receded, and an island emerged. An azure phoenix chariot was floating quietly on the island. The constellation sex symbol was on it, without any alterations. Shangguantai was stunned. He gasped and looked at the Blueluan warship in horror. This Tao Wu. The destruction of the Constellation Sex branch was actually your doing. He was taken aback as he looked at Yunxiao in shock. Yunxiao looked at him indifferently and chuckled. Does the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce always ask the root of the problem? Shangguantai knew that he had said something wrong, so he said with a bitter smile, "I'm sorry, it's too shocking. During this period of time, not to mention Qinghai, the entire Tianxiang Empire, and even the entire southern region were talking about this matter. I didn't think that the Flying Sword sect and the other two sects would be the scapegoats." "I don't think you're taking the blame for me," Yunxiao said meaningfully. "You might not be taking the blame for me. How long will it take to repair this? How much will it cost?" Shangguantai realized that there was a hidden meaning in his words. He thought for a while and said, "This mission is too big, but the Chamber of Commerce has accepted similar missions before. The price was 1 million mid-grade primordial stones, and the time limit was 1 month. A month? Yunxiao did not care about the price, but the time was the key. Mount Meru was about to open, and he didn't know if he could wait for a month. 1 month is my estimated time. I think you know that in order to repair this thing, you must open the teleportation array and send it to the headquarters of the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce or a branch in the Sea of Soul Formation. It would take some time to go back and forth. I can only put on an urgent label and ask them to get it done for you as soon as possible. However, the price must be paid first." Shangguantai promised when he saw his hesitation. "All right," Yunxiao agreed without saying anything, because he couldn't doubt the credibility of the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce. He took out a storage bag and threw it over. It was the one he had just taken from the Myriad Treasure store and hadn't been warmed up yet. Shangguantai stopped talking and started to look serious. He kept casting incantation seals and sent them into the Blueluan warship. Soon, he put the huge warship into an exquisite bracelet and put it back in his hand. "I'll stay on this island for the time being. Come find me directly after it's repaired." Yunxiao put away the chariot and jumped onto the island. "Hee. This deal is worth a year's worth of my sales." Shangguantai chuckled and did not waste any more time. He turned into a light and flew toward Qinghai. After landing on the island, Yunxiao set up a 9 dragons energy-absorbing array and placed the Divine Realm tablet in the eye of the array, then began to absorb the primordial qi in the ocean. Although it was not a land of spiritual energy, it was not much worse than when he was in Yanwu. Shangguantai returned to Qinghai after putting away the Blueluan warship. The Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce was just a small, unremarkable chamber of commerce in Qinghai. Few people knew that it was the second largest chamber of commerce on the mainland, and even fewer people knew that Shangguantai was a martial grandmaster. After he entered the Chamber of Commerce, a shop assistant came up to him and said, "Mr. President, we've recruited the people you wanted. There's not a single person from the Tianxiang Empire. All of them are from the Firecrow Empire and the Musu Empire." "Oh? Not bad. They've all been gathered so quickly." Shangguantai was slightly surprised. "Take me there." The waiter hurriedly led the way while smiling. Perhaps it's because Mount Meru is about to open that many forces are ready to make a move. Many small sects have been destroyed during this period. That's why many cultivators have no home to return to and become wandering cultivators. Yes, the opening of Mount Meru is indeed a big event. The last time it was opened seemed to be 100 years ago. It's a pity that only young people under the age of 50 can pass through. Otherwise, those super forces wouldn't care about the iron law of the holy region and would just cross over. Shangguantai mumbled to himself as he followed the waiter into a small courtyard. A group of young warriors stood side by side. "Huh? There's a martial lord here?" Shangguantai was surprised. He pointed at the one-armed young man and said, "Where are you from? What's your name?" The expression on the young man's face was uncertain as he said in a deep voice, "I'm from Firecrow Empire. My name is Li Yi." Yunxiao had been cultivating quietly on the isolated island in the South Sea. Apart from the tens of thousands of mid-grade primordial stones he found in Qixinzi's storage ring, he had used them up in just a few days. He shamelessly extorted and threatened Duanyu to get another tens of thousands of mid-grade primordial stones. "The spirit qi in this divine realm tablet is all my hard work. You're going to use it for free? Don't tell me you don't have any elemental stones. How bad would it be to not have any elemental stones? If you don't have primordial stones, don't even think about leaving this place. Do you still want to unseal the seal on your body? Do you really think you can get young Emperor Hao Lian's blood? Let me tell you, among the thousands of men in this divine realm tablet, at least half of them brought soap in. Do you think I won't bind your elemental energy and throw you between them?" Unfortunately, these tens of thousands of primeval stones did not last for a few days. After a few more extortions, he managed to get another tens of thousands of primeval stones, but he could no longer get any more. The old man's determined look probably meant that he would not give up the primordial stones even if he was fucked in the ass. After that, Yunxiao had no choice but to fly back to Qinghai and exchange many items for a large number of primordial stones. Only then did he manage to hold on until Shangguantai arrived half a month later. Yunxiao shook his head helplessly. He was a peak 3 stars martial lord, but after swallowing more than 300,000 mid-grade primordial stones, he could not even raise his rank by 1. Haha, brother. He had gained a lot in the past 10 days. He had advanced from an early-stage 3-star martial lord to a peak 3-star martial lord. Even the disciples of the great clans can't hope to catch up to this cultivation speed. Shangguantai smiled with surprise in his eyes. He asked tentatively, "With younger brother's strength, it shouldn't be a problem for you to fight for a spot for the opening of Mount Meru this time, right?" Hee, only people from the southern region are qualified to compete for the spot of Mount Meru. "Shopkeeper Shangguan, you're trying to find out my background," Yunxiao said bluntly. "I wouldn't dare," Shangguantai explained in a hurry. It was a taboo for the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce to ask about their guests. If a customer was dissatisfied and complained, he would be in big trouble. He quickly changed the topic, took off the bracelet from his hand, and threw it into the air. He cast a few spiritual seals into it, and suddenly, the bracelet emitted a ray of light. The figure of the Blueluan warship gradually emerged from it, giving people a feeling of a new look. The constellation sex symbol on it was also removed. "Good. The Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce is really confident in their work. Xianxia was overjoyed. He jumped directly onto the warship and scanned it with his divine sense. Sure enough, all the arrays had been repaired. Many of the damaged parts of the ship had also been repaired, and no traces could be seen at all. Xianxia also followed behind with a smile. Suddenly, he asked, "Brother, I have a question. Did anyone else repair the starship before you gave it to us?" "Oh? Why do you ask?" Yunxiao's heart skipped a beat, and he deliberately put on a strange look. "Hee, I won't hide it from you, brother. The alchemists in the Chamber of Commerce asked me to ask on behalf of them, because they found some traces of restoration. Even the top alchemists in our Chamber of Commerce are full of praise for the brilliant repair technique. That's why he asked me to ask on his behalf. It's not against the rules of the Chamber of Commerce. You can choose to answer or not." When Xianxia said these words, he stared into Yunxiao's eyes without blinking. He could capture any fluctuation in Yunxiao's eyes, just to see through his mind. But who was Yunxiao? He sneered in his heart, his eyes wide open and his face harmless. "Really? It can't be, right?" Xianxia was a little bit stunned. He felt that his words were too fake, but his innocent expression didn't seem to be a lie, especially his eyes, which were as clear as an ancient well. He had no choice but to believe that unless this young man was a movie king, he would definitely not be able to pretend. I really don't know what's going on. Maybe it was done by an expert of the Constellation sect." Xianxia also gave a vague answer. "Brother," he suddenly said, "I want to make a deal with you. Are you interested?" "Do you want to make a deal with me, brother?" Yunxiao smiled faintly. "Or does the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce want to make a deal with me?" Xianxia was stunned and slightly surprised. Why did this young man give him the feeling of an old fox? He laughed and said, It's almost the same. Let's say our Chamber of Commerce wants to make a deal with you. Are you interested?" "Tell me," Yunxiao said. All of a sudden, Xianxia felt that he wasn't facing a teenager at all. He felt that he always fell into a passive position when talking to the other party. This feeling surprised him but also made him extremely unhappy. The opening time of Mount Meru has basically been calculated by the major forces. It should be in 40 days, and the specific location should be within the Firecrow Empire, close to Tianshui. I hope that after you enter Mount Meru, you can help me find something. The Firecrow Empire is close to Tianshui? Yunxiao's face flickered as he frowned and said, "You're not talking about Yanwu, are you? Mount Meru has directly descended to Yanwu? This is only a rough estimate. How can we calculate such a specific area? What is it? Even the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce is jealous of him. This item. It's only a conjecture made by a few of my Chamber of Commerce's powerful experts, and it might not really be there. After all, Mount Meru hasn't been opened for more than 100 years. No one knows what's going on inside." Xianxia took out a piece of animal skin with a detailed map drawn on it and handed it to Yunxiao. "What you need to do is to enter this palace and retrieve an item." Yunxiao fixed his eyes on the place where the palace was marked on the map, and a simple dragon was drawn on it, but it was very lifelike. His heart trembled slightly as he said in a deep voice, "One item? Can't you tell me what it is?" Xianxia glanced at him and said with a smile, "If you can enter, you will naturally know. This treasure was originally born in Mount Meru, but it was later taken out by someone. Many years ago, it was lost again. Some of the powerful experts of my Chamber of Commerce found many experts to speculate and finally calculated that it must have returned to Mount Meru." Yunxiao stared at the dragon shape drawn on the palace and the lines of the entire map. It gave him a familiar feeling, and it was extremely difficult for him to calm down. Xianxia said, "After this is done, the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce is willing to offer 10 million medial-grade primordial stones as a reward for you to find the treasure." Yunxiao, however, seemed to ignore it. He just stared at the map on the animal skin and the dragon shape. He seemed to be a little dazed, and only came back to his senses when Xianxia patted him on the shoulder in surprise. "Shopkeeper Xianxia, I'm afraid that the task of finding the treasure is not your task. nor is it the task of the Chamber of Commerce. Someone has entrusted your Chamber of Commerce to handle it, right? Xianxia was stunned. He said, "Why do you say that, brother?" Yunxiao smiled and said lightly, "This map was drawn by an old friend of mine. I didn't expect him to be hiding in the southern region. I wonder if shopkeeper Shangguan can tell me where he lives." Xianxia was greatly shocked. He didn't know who had drawn this map. He only knew that the person who entrusted this task was mysterious. He looked just like an ordinary person, holding a zither and without any fluctuation of primordial qi. Even his zither, Xianxia had observed it himself and found it to be the most ordinary thing in the world. However, when he accepted this task, he actually took out 1,000,000 primeval stones as a reward without even blinking. That was 1,000,000 superior-grade primordial stones, which was worth 100 million medium-grade primordial stones. Xianxia was petrified on the spot. He had been in Qinghai for decades, but all the orders he had taken added up did not cost that much. He could not believe that the person in front of him was an ordinary person, but no matter how he investigated, he was no different from an ordinary person. He didn't know how he had accepted this mission, or how he had sent that person away. After that, he immediately reported this matter to the headquarters of the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce. He immediately received orders to do his best to complete the task and not to offend that person. Xianxia swallowed his saliva with difficulty. Who was this young man? He was actually an old friend of that mysterious person? "I'm really sorry, brother," he said with a bitter smile. "This is a secret that involves our guest, and we, the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce, can never disclose it." Yunxiao smiled faintly and suddenly said, "Does that person carry a wooden zither from a roadside stall all day?" Xianxia shuddered as if he had been electrocuted. He looked at Yunxiao with his pupils dilated, and he immediately realized that he had lost his composure. I can't say. However, he also knew that his expression just now had already betrayed his heart. Beads of cold sweat trickled down his face as he said uneasily, "Brother, please don't ask anymore. Otherwise, if I reveal the customer's secret, I will be torn to pieces by the Chamber of Commerce." Yunxiao already knew the answer. He put away the map with satisfaction and said with a smile, "Why did you choose me?" Seeing that Yunxiao had stopped asking, Xianxia wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and said, "This was also an idea I came up with on the spot. The Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce doesn't care much about the southern region, and we didn't secretly cultivate any forces. Therefore, for the opening of Mount Meru this time, they couldn't find a suitable candidate. They could only temporarily recruit some young martial artists from the southern region. However, their strength is uneven, so I don't have much confidence in them completing the mission. As for you, little brother, you give me a very different feeling." "Oh? What was the difference?" "As long as you can afford it, it shouldn't be difficult to find a young man at the Martial King level, right?" "Martial King realm? That's easy for you to say." Xianxia shook his head and sighed. "In a place like the southern region, anyone who can reach the Martial King realm before the age of 50 is treated like a treasure by the sect. They are carefully cultivated and have long become core disciples. I don't want too many people to know about this mission. I'm afraid of causing more trouble." "That's true. If there's a chance to enter Mount Meru, I'll go and take a look. It's up to the heavens whether we can complete the mission or not." "Is the time and location of Mount Meru's descent accurate?" Yunxiao asked. "It's what those almighty warriors deduced, at least it's not far from it," Xianxia said with certainty. Yunxiao stored the Blueluan warship into the Divine Realm tablet. After bidding Xianxia farewell, he flew toward Firecrow Empire. 3 days later, they entered Xiangyang City. Yunxiao stood on a bubble and hovered in the sky above Xiangyang City, looking down at the rows of luxurious buildings below. Their magnificence was not inferior to that of the Xingyang family, and was almost second only to Firecrow's imperial palace. In front of the most magnificent building, there was a golden plaque hanging. On it, there was a large Zhou character written in a small seal. It faintly exuded a burst of martial intent. It was actually written by a master with the intent realm of martial arts. If ordinary martial artists looked at it, they would definitely lose their minds and be attracted. It was the Zhou family, one of the 4 major aristocratic families of Firecrow Empire, which had been standing in Firecrow for almost 10,000 years. A guard in front of the Zhou family suddenly raised his head to look at the sky and shouted in surprise, "Who are you? You actually dare to circle in the sky above my Zhou clan's estate." His roar startled many people, and they all looked up. Yunxiao looked down coldly as he gathered his strength and shouted, "I am Li Yunxiao from Yanwu. Zhou Yushan, you good for nothing. You agreed to have a match with me. So why are you hiding in your shell and not coming out? If you're afraid of death, you can just say so. If you kneel down and kowtow to me, I'll let you live." He deliberately executed the sound wave martial technique, which rippled in the sky above Xiangyang City and spread in all directions. The entire Xiangyang City was disturbed by his words. Everyone looked up at the sky in surprise and suspicion. Some time ago, when something happened to the Xingyang family, the entire Xiangyang City was under martial law. Could it be that something happened to the Zhou family again? This is a Kasaya. In Tianyuan Trading Company, Ding Ling was shocked and rushed out of the room. He's really crazy. He's gonna make a bigger scene. I thought he was joking. Is he really a madman? Yu Rong's expression was also uncertain. Could it be that this brat was going to challenge the Zhou family? In another group of magnificent mansions, the Wang family heir Wang Chun was making a fire to refine an elixir. Suddenly, his heart moved and he looked up at the sky in shock. Is that kid's voice? He went to the Zhou family? The next moment, Wang Chen's figure disappeared from the alchemy room. In the center of Xiangyang City, in the majestic palace, the eyes of Xian Ruyu, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly burst out with a bright light, shooting into the sky like 2 bolts of lightning. His face changed slightly, revealing a cold and arrogant look. "Humph, you reckless fool. Do you think you can provoke the 4 major families of Firecrow Empire just because you have a martial emperor? He was too savage. I let you go at the auction last time, but if you go too far this time, I'll have to teach you an unforgettable lesson." As the crown prince of Firecrow Empire, Xian Ruyu represented the highest honor and dignity of the nobles. The Xingyang family had already embarrassed the nobles once. If the Zhou family was provoked again, the dignity and face of the entire aristocratic circle of Firecrow Empire would be lost. As the sound spread, all the forces in the entire Firecrow Empire were shocked. The royal family, the Temple of Revered Elders, the Alchemist Association, the other 3 aristocratic families, other aristocrats of all levels, and countless branches of various forces in Xiangyang City were all extremely shocked. "Who's there? Whoever dares to shout in the sky above my Zhou family, quickly state your name." An angry roar burst out from the Zhou family. An elder rose into the air and stared at Yunxiao with a murderous look in his eyes. "Play dumb. Continue to play dumb. I just announced my name and everyone in the city heard it, yet you still ask? Does your Zhou family still have any shame? You're a coward." The elder was immediately at a loss for words. "I was wondering who it was. But it turns out that you're just a little kid who hasn't even grown all his hair. Don't think that just because you've destroyed the Xingyang family and no one will come to settle the score with you, that Firecrow Empire is invincible and you can mess with anyone you want. My Zhou family isn't a place you can afford to offend." Oh? Could it be that the Zhou family's status in Firecrow Empire was really extraordinary? To stand above the other powers? Yunxiao sneered. "Humph, of course," the Zhou clan elder said coldly and arrogantly. The elder was the kind of person who stayed in the clan all day and cultivated hard, so he did not know any language. As such, he fell into a trap after being casually dragged by Yunxiao. Almost all the forces of Firecrow Empire had gathered around, and they were all watching in secret. When they heard this, they were all furious. "Bah! The Zhou family has only existed for a slightly longer period of time. How dare they say that they are above the other forces? I'm ashamed to be listed as one of the 4 great families. Humph, humph, it's been 1,000 years. I think it's time for the 4 great families to rearrange their positions." He's simply shameless. Did they think that they were more superior than the royal family? Even more powerful than the Jutian sect? Humph. Maybe that's what he's thinking. The disdainful sneers came from all directions, and the more they spoke, the more unpleasant and bold they became. The elder who stood in the void also felt that something was wrong and hurriedly shouted, "All of you shut up! What I mean is that our Zhou family is superior to most of the other forces, not all of them. Don't talk nonsense. Wow, you're amazing." That's right. Look at his arrogant look. He's indeed above the vast majority of forces. We're done for. I wonder if my mysterious fist sect counts as the majority of the forces? Yes. I don't know if the Jing family of Wei River has been included in his calculation. This time, the discussions around them became even louder. Elder, Yunxiao sneered, "May I ask which forces are the majority? I'll give you a few examples to let everyone understand." The elder was anxious when he heard the discussion. He immediately opened his mouth to explain, but suddenly a cold snort came from below. His face changed on the spot and he retreated to the back, not daring to speak. Several rays of light shot up from the Zhou clan's mansion and hovered coldly in the air. The aura from their bodies spread out and instantly suppressed the surrounding people, causing them to turn pale and shut their mouths. The leader of the group was Zhou Yangbiao, the patriarch of the Zhou family. When he heard the conversation in the mansion, he knew that things were going to be bad. This elder was a blockhead. If he really followed Yunxiao's words and pointed out a series of families and sects, he would have completely offended Yunxiao. As such, he hurriedly snorted coldly to stop them and led his men to rush out. In this world, one could shut others up not by reasoning with them, but by using their fists. After the Zhou family elders released their auras, the small sects all shut up. The entire area instantly became silent. However, there were still some large sects who couldn't help but sneer coldly. They still indifferently mocked him a few times before stopping. Zhou Yangbiao glared at Yunxiao with undisguised killing intent. Like a cold wind blowing, he said coldly, "Kid, you're really courageous. You dare to provoke my Zhou family." Yunxiao was not afraid of his gaze, so he went up to meet it without fear and said, "I made a life and death bet with Zhou Yushan, and I'm only here to fulfill it. Who knew that you would treat the promise as a joke? The bet between you and my son was supposed to be in a month's time at the Golden Crow Divine Ring. It's not time yet," Zhou Yangbiao bellowed. "Humph, yesterday it was delayed today it was delayed tomorrow it was delayed the day after tomorrow. 1 month later, another month. When would it end? If you have the guts, don't drag it out any longer. Come out and compete with this lord now." Although Yunxiao was only a martial lord, the aura he exuded made him look even more unyielding under the pressure of so many experts, giving people a feeling of unyielding iron. "Good. Well said. Come out and compete now if you have the guts. That's right, as a man you have to do what you promised. Even if I die, I can't fail to fulfill my promise. There's no time like the present. Little brother is right. We'll drag it on day by day. When will we reach the end? I didn't expect the so-called 4 great families to be such existences. They don't even dare to participate in the promised competition. It's been thousands of years. The 4 great clans no longer have the pride of the past. They're all just cowards who are afraid of death." When the Zhou family elders and Zhou Yangbiao heard this, they trembled in anger. Zhou Yangbiao shouted, "All of you shut up! Kid, you're looking for death." His roar contained a domineering sound wave combat power, which rumbled toward Yunxiao and shook the entire sky. Hee, what a powerful pressure. He's indeed above everyone else. That's right. It was almost the full power of a 9-stars martial grandmaster. But this martial lord didn't die. It's a miracle. Humph, you went back on your word. You broke the promise first, and now you want to kill me. As one of the 4 great families, I'm ashamed." Zhou Yangbiao was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He looked at the people who were talking and felt his chest tighten. The 4 great families had also been constantly fighting with each other, both openly and secretly. This time, the other 3 guilds would not let go of such a good opportunity, and they added fuel to the fire in the crowd. On a small building, Xian Ruyu had a cold expression on his face. He sipped his tea leaves indifferently and observed every move. He was the future crown prince, and he was truly the one who was above all the aristocratic families. He could close his eyes and ignore the internal strife within the aristocratic families, but outsiders were not allowed to provoke the system of the dynasty. Yunxiao's face turned slightly pale, and he put on a wounded expression as he said angrily, "What a good sound wave martial technique. It won't be that easy to kill me. Even if a man were to die, he would die in the ring. If your Zhou family still has any dignity as martial artists, then call Zhou Yushan out to fight me to the death." Zhou Yangbiao suppressed his anger and shouted in his head, "Calm down, calm down." He knew that his every move and every word would affect the Zhou family's reputation. He took a few deep breaths to calm himself down and said, "Yushan is currently in closed-door cultivation, so it's impossible for him to come out. There are still 7 days before I can break out of seclusion. At that time, I will definitely have a life-and-death battle with you." He took out a small medicine bottle and threw it over, saying, "Besides, you've also suffered some injuries from my urgent roar just now. This is a 4th-ranked healing medicine, enough for you to recover from your injuries within 7 days, and your martial arts to advance another level. At that time, you can have a fair fight." On the surface, he had a calm expression, as if he was the leader of a noble family. In fact, he felt like a volcano was erupting in his heart, and his internal organs were almost burning. What made him even angrier was that after today's incident, he could no longer openly deal with Yenwu, or he would have no proof. After the incident at Mount Meru, I'll definitely uproot Yenwu. This Li Yunxiao is going to be skinned alive, extracted for oil, and refined for bone. He roared in his heart. Yunxiao's eyes shone with an imperceptible light. He took the small bottle and looked at it for a while, then snorted coldly and said, "I don't feel safe using the medicine you gave me. I'm the head of the Zhou family. Why would I harm you?" Zhou Yangbiao sneered. "Then why did you want to take my life with a roar just now?" Yunxiao asked in a choked voice. "What happened?" Zhou Yangbiao's face turned purple in anger. "You're so silly." Yunxiao cupped his fists at the people around him and said, "Are there any alchemists here? Can you help me test if the medicine is poisonous? I'm afraid that this despicable Zhou family will try to harm me. Please help me." The people of the Zhou family were so angry that they almost fell from the sky. They gritted their teeth and were about to go crazy. In the past thousands of years, the Zhou family had never been provoked like this. "Let me take a look." An old man walked out of the crowd and looked at Yunxiao with starry eyes, which were full of shock and complicated emotions. "Master Bailey. It's actually Master Bailey." There was a commotion in the crowd. Bailey Gongjin was the president of the Firecrow Empire's Alchemist Association and a 6th-tier alchemist. In the Firecrow Empire, he was a godlike existence. Yunxiao was slightly taken aback, but then he smiled. Although he did not know Bailey Gongjin, he could sense the powerful soul power fluctuation from him. He was definitely a senior alchemist. "So it's Master Bailey. Thank you for your trouble, Master." Zhou Yangbiao quickly stepped forward. Bailey Gongjin nodded slightly, then glanced at Yunxiao and said, "I've heard about you from Yuan Hao. He told me how great you are. I didn't believe it at first, but now that I've seen you, I can't believe you're even more powerful than he said." He shook his head and sighed. "Sigh, the new waves of the Yangtze River surpass the old waves. We're all old. You're flattering me, Master Yuan Hao." Yunxiao chuckled. "Master Bailey, you're too kind." Zhou Yangbiao's expression changed slightly. He knew that Yuan Hao had been there when they were in Tianshui. Hearing Bailey Gongjin's praise, he was a little unhappy, so he changed the topic. "Master Bailey, please verify the pill and prove it to the Zhou family." It had always been the Zhou family who bullied others. When had they ever been bullied by others? Furthermore, he was bullied to the point of swallowing his pride and begging for justice. Zhou Yangbiao felt like his lungs were about to explode. Bailey Gongjin took the medicine bottle from Yunxiao, opened it, and poured it into his palm. The scarlet pill contained a strong spiritual energy. He nodded in approval. "It's indeed a 4th-tier healing panacea. From the spiritual chi fluctuations, it should be high level." He raised his hand and sniffed it. Zhou Yongbiao puffed up his chest and placed his hands behind his back like a grandmaster. The Zhou family has been standing in Firecrow Empire for tens of thousands of years, and our credibility and heritage are average. How could such a large family break their promise and harm a young boy like you? Go back and recuperate. In 7 days, I will ask Yushan to teach you an unforgettable lesson on the Golden Crow God Arena. This kid is indeed too cautious. After all, the Zhou family is a famous family. No matter how dirty they are, they can't possibly use poison to harm people so brazenly. Well, I think the kid is scared. That's why he's probably acting shamelessly. Hee, what's the use of being afraid? Since you dare to start this, even if you die, you have to continue playing. Tisk, tisk, interesting. I didn't think that someone would dare to provoke even the 4 great families. I'm afraid this matter is not simple. The surrounding people began to discuss in low voices, all guessing the conspiracy behind this matter and the final outcome. Among the crowd, Ding Ling looked extremely serious. She was more nervous than anyone else, worried about Yunxiao's safety, and her heart was extremely uneasy. Suddenly, Bailey Gongjin furrowed his brows, and a trace of horror flashed across his eyes. This Dan Jiwu is really poisonous. Silence. A strange silence. Voila! The surroundings of the Zhou clan's estate burst into an uproar. All of them were dumbstruck. The head of the Zhou family really wanted to use the poison pill to harm this young man? Wow, is it true? It's really poisonous. That's impossible, right? Did that kid play tricks and put poison in it? There are thousands of people here, and countless experts. How can a mere martial lord release poison without anyone's notice? But, Ingluo, isn't this too much? The Zhou family is despicable to this extent. Aya, little brother. It seems that you and I are still too naive. Sigh, my 3 views have been destroyed. My 3 views have been completely destroyed. Zhou Yongbiao felt his scalp go numb and his head spin. He said word by word, Master Bailey, have you really investigated thoroughly? His voice trembled slightly. No one present had seen Yunxiao do anything to it. If it was really found to be poisonous, he would not be able to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. The other possibility was that Bailey Gongjin had done something to it. However, the other party's status was too high. Bailey Gongjin's face was filled with displeasure, but he could understand Zhou Yongbiao's feelings at the moment. He said, if clan leader Zhou doesn't believe me, you can try one for yourself. Zhou Yongbiao's gaze fell upon the blood-red pill, and a spark of hope rose in his heart. 7th Elder, try and see if this pill is poisonous, he shouted. The 7th Elder Zhou Bo was the most powerful one among them. He was a peak 9 stars martial arts grandmaster. He immediately understood what Zhou Yongbiao meant. Since Bailey Gongjin said that it was poisonous, it was 100% true. The only way to prove his innocence was to swallow the poison pill and suppress the poison with his vital energy. As long as he was not poisoned, he could prove that it was not poisonous. Zhou Bo understood the seriousness of the matter and strode forward. He was still quite confident. He was only 1 step away from the martial royal realm. There was almost no poison in the world that could poison him. I don't believe that this good healing pill is poisonous. Humph! He snorted coldly, picked up the poison pill, and threw it into his mouth without even looking at it, his face full of ridicule. After Zhou Bo swallowed it, he immediately wrapped the elixir with his true qi. After circulating it slightly, he did not find anything strange. He sneered and nodded at Zhou Yongbiao. Who? Zhou Yongbiao heaved a sigh of relief. He realized that his entire body was covered in cold sweat. This was a matter that would affect the reputation of the Zhou family for thousands of years. He could not allow it to be ruined in his hands. He glanced at the people around him, and his eyes finally rested on Yunxiao as he said coldly, now that someone from the Zhou clan has tested the pill with his own body, it's proven that it's not poisonous. How are you going to give us an explanation? This matter of destroying one's reputation was a great enmity that wouldn't rest until one died. I'll spare your life since you're about to compete with Yushan, but I can't just let you go like this. You have to pay at least 5 million mid-grade primordial stones to apologize. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving. As he was talking, he found Yunxiao sneering at him, and the others were not listening to him. Instead, they were staring behind him with wide eyes. At this moment, the Zhou family disciples' frightened cry came from behind. Seventh Elder. Seventh Elder. What's wrong? Zhou Yangbiao was shocked. He quickly turned around and saw Zhou Bo standing there with a blank look in his eyes. His skin had completely changed color, turning into a rainbow-like color, like a poisonous mushroom. Seventh Elder. Zhou Yangbiao's body trembled as he rushed forward to check. Zhou Bo suddenly spat out a mouthful of black blood and fell backward. He landed on the ground with a loud bang and was dead. The people around them were so frightened that they retreated a large circle and looked on in horror. Zhou Bo was a famous martial ancestor expert, known as the #1 person under the martial emperor realm. However, he had been poisoned to death by a small poison pill. This was something that everyone could not accept. Seventh Elder. Seventh Elder. Zhou Yangbiao threw his head back and roared in rage, blue veins bulging on his neck. A great killing intent had locked onto Yunxiao, and with a single thought, the thunderous attack would crush him to pieces. In the sky above Xiangyang City, Xianpai, Zhu Jin, and Aodijia were also looking down coldly. Until Zhou Bo fell, their faces were calm. However, at this moment, his expression changed drastically, and his eyes flickered with a trace of panic. What kind of poison is that? Even Zhou Bo was poisoned to death? And it was silent. He didn't even have the time to make a sound. How could there be such a vicious poison in this world? Xianpai's expression was very serious. Zhou Bo is definitely the strongest person under the martial emperor realm, but he died in an instant. If it were us, by an... Zhu Jin's eyes flickered with a great fluctuation, and he couldn't calm down. This Li Yunxiao is too mysterious, Aodijia said in a deep voice. I think there must be something wrong with him. I suggest that we capture him and interrogate him. A strange look appeared on Zhu Jin's face. How did you know it was Li Yunxiao who poisoned you? You saw it? Humph. Aodijia snorted coldly. Is it because you've benefited from him last time that you're always speaking up for him? Besides him, who else could have done it? Do you want to tell me that the poison was done by the Zhou family or Bailey Gongjin? Aodijia. Don't you slander me. Zhu Jin was furious. I got an incomplete formation diagram from him, but so what? He's just a martial lord, and he can't possibly poison someone under our noses without anyone knowing. You can ask Boss Xian if he saw it. Xianpai stared at Yunxiao for a while and said in a serious voice, I didn't see him attack, but it's impossible for the Zhou family to poison him. Not to mention that they didn't have such a poisonous thing. Even if they did, they wouldn't take Zhou Bo as a joke. He was an existence that could definitely enter the martial emperor realm. Now, it seems that Bailey Gongjin is the most suspicious one. Aodijia's face changed slightly. Boss Xian, he said in surprise. You can't be so reckless with your suspicion. Master Bailey's identity is questionable. Xianpai sighed and said helplessly, Indeed, it's impossible for someone of his status to do such a thing. In that case, Yunxiao was the most likely to have poisoned her. But how could no one have seen him do it? Let's not even talk about the three of us. There are at least several hundred people below who are stronger than him. He knocked on his own head, feeling that it was very difficult to understand, and said, This is really a headache. Let's see how things develop. This Li Yunxiao is really bold. I don't believe that there's no one behind him. Down below, Yunxiao was not afraid of Zhou Yangbiao's killing intent at all. He said coldly, What's wrong? After failing to poison him, he decided to do it himself this time? Humph humph. The Zhou family's reputation is so poor. Zhou Yangbiao's face was twisted. Brat, no matter what you say, you won't be leaving this place alive. Zhou Bo was an existence that was almost certain to reach the martial emperor realm, yet he had died under his arrangements. Even if he was the clan leader, he could not bear this responsibility. If he still let Yunxiao leave like this, The supreme elders of the clan would probably skin him alive and pull out his tendons when they found out. For thousands of years, when had the Zhou family ever suffered such a great loss? When had they ever been provoked to such an extent? Humph. I won't leave today even if you want me to. You guys betrayed us first, then you're despicable and poisoned us. And now you want to kill us in broad daylight. You're simply disloyal, and immoral people. To think that you're one of the 4 great aristocratic families. You're simply a disgrace to the 4 great aristocratic families. Since I dared to come here today, I'm not afraid of you killing me. If you don't give me an explanation for this untrustworthy, dishonorable, and immoral matter, I won't leave even if you respectfully send me away. Against Zhou Yangbiao's pressure, Yunxiao said in a dignified manner, "Don't think that Yanwu is easy to bully. At worst, we'll just die together with you." Die together? Haha. Just you? What qualifications do you have to be in the same boat as us? Zhou Yangbiao scoffed. Suddenly, his words came to a halt as the air trembled and a bad feeling rose in his heart. Something began to appear in the sky. It gradually emerged from the void. Its huge body seemed to block out the sky and the sun, blocking out half of the sunlight in Xianxia City. Everyone's eyes were wide open, and their faces paled. Even Xianpai and the other 2 who were high up in the sky were dazed for a moment, their faces full of disbelief. Zhou Yangbiao's brain buzzed, and his face turned pale. He cleared his throat and gritted his teeth. Saiyan Nightmare Battleship. The Blueluan warship was a 6-tier profound armament, and it was not an ordinary 6-tier existence. It required several 6-tier alchemists to make it together, which was equivalent to a small mobile city. They were invincible in large-scale battles. Even the Zhou family, which had been around for 10,000 years, could not take out such a treasure. Even if they had the financial resources to buy it, it was basically a demand without a market, and they were not qualified to buy it at all. Blueluan warship buy-in. It's really Blueluan warship buy-in. For a moment, the entire Xiangyang city was silent. Ding Ling Wang Chun, Xian Ruyu, and even Zhou Yushan were stunned. Which force sent you here? How can there be a Blueluan warship? Zhou Yangbiao almost lost his mind as he roared, his eyes bloodshot. Yunxiao pointed a finger at the sky and said coldly, "Hammer! A hammer? What do you mean by that?" The people around him began to guess. Could it be that the force behind him is called Hammer, or they use Hammer as their code name? Oh, I understand. He means that the Blueluan warship is as invincible as a hammer. That's right. Brother Pheasant is really smart. He was pointing at the Blueluan warship. You guessed it, passerby appraised. Hee, that's easy. The pheasant had a smug expression. Yunxiao ignored the crowd and snorted coldly. I have the Blueluan warship. It's none of your business. Pheasant and passerby. It seems like you're fully prepared to deal with the Zhou family. Zhou Yangbiao bellowed. Even with the Blueluan warship, what could they do? Today, I want you to leave your battleship and your body behind. Humph, without a large number of alchemists controlling it, what can a warship do? A cold voice rang out from within the Zhou clan, causing those who heard it to be in a daze and lose their balance. No one can challenge the Zhou family's tens of thousands of years of foundation. The voice continued. Today, leave this warship and your life behind. Several majestic auras soared into the sky from the Zhou family mansion, and everyone in the surroundings retreated in shock. Just the sound alone was enough to make everyone dizzy and difficult to stand. Supreme Elder. It's the Supreme Elders of the Zhou clan. He's a martial emperor of the 7 constellations realm. He's strong enough to look down on the top martial artists of the southern region. Didn't they say that the Zhou family's Grand Elder is in closed-door cultivation in the Heavenly Jewel sect? So you've been guarding the mansion all this time. The one in seclusion is the most powerful person in the Zhou family. It is said that his strength has reached the heavens and he has stopped interfering with the family matters for a long time. This brat is in trouble. If he didn't have a powerful backup plan, he would have been killed like a fly. Zhou Yanggan was surprised and overjoyed. She quickly went forward and said, Supreme Elders, Yang Gan's incompetence has brought shame to the Zhou family. Zhou Changfa, the leader of the elders, waved his hand slightly, signaling him to stand aside. Then, he said to Yunxiao in a cold voice, "I don't know what your goal is, or who is behind this. For thousands of years, no one who dared to behave atrociously in the Zhou family has ever left alive. As the Grand Elder, I'm here to give you a chance. Hand over the Blueluan warship with both hands, then kneel on the side and wait for your punishment. Maybe I can spare your life. Spare your sister. Do you really think you're following a green onion? Since you want this chariot, I'll give it to you." Yunxiao laughed in anger. He made a complicated gesture with his hands, and the Blueluan warship floating in the sky seemed to be affected by it. With a loud buzz, it let out a huge sound, and then white light bloomed from its body, like a row of lights shining one by one, covering the entire sky with an unusually dazzling light. The bow of the battleship slowly turned downward, and all of the formations on its body were activated. Almost all of the light was focused on the Zhou clan's mansion. The strong light was so strong that it made the Zhou clan's buildings seem to disappear in the light, leaving only white light. The martial emperor supreme elders' expressions changed drastically. After exchanging a glance with each other, their figures flickered with great tacit understanding and scattered around the Zhou clan's mansion in a triangular formation. They were ready to fight at any time. Everyone's face turned grave. The power of the Blueluan warship was only passed down by word of mouth, and even they had never seen it before. Zhou Changfa was also shocked and angry. His killing intent instantly locked onto Yunxiao, ready to kill him on the spot if he made any unusual moves. "Kid, I advise you not to go further and further on the evil path. Do you think that you can deal with my Zhou family with just a Blueluan warship? No matter how powerful this battleship was, it was still just a 6th-tier profound armament. Within my Zhou family, even 7th and 8th-tier profound armaments exist. They are not even on the same level. And if I want to kill you, it'll only take an instant." A hideous smile appeared on Yunxiao's face as he said, "I don't know if this Blueluan warship can deal with the Zhou family, but you won't be able to break its defense in a short time. With that little time, the few alchemists on the warship will have enough time to crash into your Zhou family and then self-destruct. Hee. Can you martial emperors withstand the force of the Blueluan warship's self-destruction? Besides, even if you kill me, it won't affect the battleship from crashing down and self-destructing. Even if the few of you can escape, I'd like to see how many of the thousands of people from the Zhou family can escape." What did he just say? Is he crazy? He's gonna crash the ship down? You still want to self-destruct? Everyone around sucked in a breath of cold air and looked up in horror. They saw that the Blueluan warship was indeed facing down and was beginning to descend slowly, its speed increasing. No one could remain calm. Within such a range, no one could escape from the force of the Blueluan warship's self-destruction. Not to mention the entire Zhou mansion, even more than half of Xiangyang City would probably be blown up. Voila, the crowd suddenly became chaotic. Many people began to run out of the city. The scene became chaotic, and all kinds of curses and cries could be heard. Among the crowd, Ding Ling watched the warship land and murmured, "Madman, he's really a madman." Yu Rong pulled her arm anxiously and said, "Miss, run. It'll be too late if we wait." A trace of determination flashed in Ding Ling eyes. Although her face was a little pale, she still shook her head and said, "No, I want to stay here and see how strong he is and to what extent he can achieve." When she said this, Ding Ling also felt that it was a little unbelievable, and her eyes were full of amazement. Crazy. I really regret not killing him in Yanwu." In the distance, Xian Ruyu was no longer able to remain calm. He had lost his noble air and was going crazy. The other aristocrats and almost all the forces turned pale with fright. The self-destruction of such a behemoth would definitely bring disaster to the fish in the moat. Zhou Changfa's face also turned pale. He looked up at the battleship that was flying down and broke out in a cold sweat. With the self-destruction of such a huge object, he did not even know if he could protect himself, let alone the Zhou family. He was so shocked that his palms were sweating. Hold on. Xianpai, who was watching the show from the sky, could no longer remain calm. Li Yunxiao, stop, he shouted. There's no need to end things so stiffly and cause both sides to suffer in the end. Xiangyang City was the imperial capital, and he was a member of the Xian royal family. How could he sit by and watch as half of Xiangyang City was blown up? Xianpai, Zhu Jin, and Ao Dijia landed in front of Yunxiao in an instant. As Xianpai watched the warship land faster and faster, he said in a hurry, "Young Master Yun, quickly make him stop. Let's talk this out." Let's talk this out? He's going to kill me. So why should I tell you? Yunxiao snorted coldly and said with a hideous smile, "The entire Zhou family will be buried with me." Xianpai was shocked. With the current position of the Blueluan warship, even if it didn't hit the Zhou mansion, no one would be able to survive the explosion. "I promise you that Zhou Changfa will not kill you," he said hurriedly. "Please stop. I'll agree to be the middleman. So let's discuss this properly." Yunxiao's eyes widened as he asked in a daze, "Really?" Xianpai was so angry that he almost vomited blood. "Who doesn't know that you're a decisive, vicious, and cunning kid? You're actually acting cute." "Yes, of course," he replied hurriedly. Yunxiao blinked his big eyes, pointed at Zhou Fa, and said, "He just said that no one who has provoked the Zhou family for thousands of years can leave alive. If I don't die, where will the face of the Zhou family be? I don't believe that you can let me live. Let's all die together." He made a hand seal with one hand, and the Blueluan warship's light grew stronger and its speed increased. Don't, stop. Zhou Changfa." Zhu Jin was so frightened that he hurriedly said, "What are you waiting for?" Seeing the battleship land, Zhou Changfa's heart turned cold. He said hurriedly, "Hurry up and stop. I can make an exception this time." "An exception? This isn't good, is it?" Yunxiao asked with a puzzled look on his face. He changed his hand gesture slightly, and the warship slowed down a little. The few of them heaved a sigh of relief. Xianpai hurriedly said, "There's nothing bad about it. Since there are regulations, there are naturally exceptions. We're all heroes of the aristocratic families of Firecrow Empire, so why should we fight to the death? I'll mediate for you on behalf of the royal family, and I'll be absolutely impartial and impartial." When Zhu Jin saw Yunxiao's disbelieving face, he quickly said, "The entire Xiangyang City is here. Everyone can be my witness. Boss Xian would never joke about his reputation." Yunxiao put on an aggrieved look and said, "All right, I'll believe you guys this once." He made a hand seal and a green light appeared in his hand. The Blueluan warship stopped immediately. Bailey Gongjin, who had been standing quietly aside, had a strange look on his face. Yunxiao was using a very strange method to communicate with the alchemists on the warship. Zhu Jin's face was covered in cold sweat. Seeing that the battleship had finally stopped, he heaved a sigh of relief. This was probably the most dangerous time he had been in Xiangyang City for hundreds of years. The moment the Blueluan warship stopped, Yunxiao suddenly felt a sharp killing intent penetrate his body and rush into his limbs, sealing all his meridians. Zhou Changfa's body exploded with a strong qi that pressed down like a mountain. He shouted coldly, "You dare to provoke us, you'll die." Yunxiao felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. His whole body was suppressed by a powerful aura, and he could not even move his primordial qi, let alone his body. Zhou Changfa's killing intent was overflowing. He planned to kill Yunxiao first while the Blueluan warship stopped, cutting off his connection with the people on the warship. Then, he would break into the warship by force and kill everyone inside. A fist radiance bloomed out from his hand. Such a short distance was covered almost in an instant. A martial emperor's punch could split mountains and break seas, and anyone who blocked it would be swept away. Rumble! Facing the powerful qi of the punch, all the onlookers felt a great pressure in their faces. As a result, they even lost their hearing due to the strong qi. Additionally, their blood vessels almost exploded. Facing the power of a force emperor, they all quivered with fear. Boom! Suddenly, A red light shone in front of Yunxiao, like a flower bud blooming in the cold wind, and blocked Zhou Changfa's punch. The entire space became slightly distorted. The flower bud directly held on for a few breaths of time before it withered and dissipated with a loud bang. That's Ing Luo. Zhou Changfa's pupils contracted, and his heart skipped a beat. He only saw an ancient talisman fly out of Yunxiao's body and explode in the face of his fist wind. He had thought that it would pierce through Yunxiao's body without any suspense, but under the power of his fist, it would surely turn into ashes with Yunxiao. But who knew that? What kind of talisman is that? He blocked Zhou Changfa's attack. All the people who were still clear-headed jumped in horror. Zhou Changfa was a 3-star martial emperor, and he had been cultivating in seclusion for more than 10 years and had never shown his face. Now, even if he had not reached 4-star, he was not far from it. The full-force attack of such a powerful existence was actually blocked by a small talisman. Although it only lasted for a few breaths, it was already shocking. Even the other grand elders of the Zhou family, who were ready to break the defense of the Blueluan worship, were stunned. The talisman Yunxiao had thrown out was the 6th-tier ancient spirit talisman he had obtained in Xinghai, which could withstand a full-force attack from a 1-star martial emperor. However, Zhou Changfa was too powerful. He only managed to block the attack for a few seconds, but it was enough. Most of the power was blocked, and the aftermath landed on him. Boom, boom, boom. The power of the aftermath was like a typhoon, rumbling past his body, each wave stronger than the last. Yunxiao grunted through his nose as the power of his mighty body burst out at that moment. Instead of retreating, he pushed his foot forward and rushed toward the aftermath. His body shot out like a cannonball, rushing toward the Blueluan warship. What? Everyone's brains were short-circuited in an instant. Even if he was blocked by the strange talisman for a few breaths, it was still a full-force attack of a peak 3-star martial emperor after all. The remaining power should have completely shattered him, right? Why was he completely fine? Could it be that Zhou Changfa's strength has been greatly reduced? This thought appeared in many people's minds, but when they thought of the power of the punch just now, they all shivered and immediately denied it. Who? Ding Ling heaved a sigh of relief. She felt like she was going crazy after that punch. What Zhou Changfa wanted to kill was not Yunxiao, but the only hope of Tianyuan Trading Company and all her stakes. At that moment, she felt cold all over. But fortunately, the ending was so unexpected. Whoosh! Under everyone's stunned gazes, Yunxiao landed directly on the warship and stared down coldly. Not bad. The Zhou family is indeed sincere. Then let's all be buried together. Boom, boom, boom. Under his control, the Blueluan warship continued to land, and the light on the warship became brighter and brighter. It was only a few hundred meters above the ground, and it was almost above the Zhou clan estate. It was only now that everyone could clearly see the complex array engraved on the battleship. It was a chain of rings that stretched out endlessly, covering the entire battleship. At this moment, it was all emitting a hot light and a terrifying aura of death. 6 Universe Star Observation Formation. Bailey Gongjin, who had been silent all this while, suddenly cried out in shock. His eyes stared at the interconnected arrays, and his pupils rapidly enlarged. Stop! Young Master Yun, let's talk this out. Bailey Gongjin suddenly shouted. He had thought that the Blueluan warship had self-destructed just now, even though it was powerful and destructive. However, he did not panic. He was more than capable of saving his life. As for how much damage Xianxia City had been destroyed, it had nothing to do with him. However, after seeing the self-destructing array, he felt a chill down his spine and could no longer remain calm. This kind of 6 Universe Star Observation Array had a total of 6 main arrays. Outside each main array, there were 36 small arrays which were linked together. As long as one of the arrays was detonated, it would immediately explode one after another, and the power would be stacked. It was enough to increase the power of the self-explosion of the Blueluan warship by more than 10 times. At that time, not to mention his life, the entire Xianxia City would probably be annihilated. What made him even more shocked was that the way the 6-universe star observation formation was set up was an extremely advanced formation technique. Its value was even higher than that of the Blueluan warship. Even he had only heard of it. His master, who had taught him alchemy, had once said that someone had set up this array and directly blown a martial emperor into ashes. As soon as Xianpai and the others heard Bailey Gongjin's urgent voice transmission, they were dazed and gasped. They were so scared that they were sweating. "Stop! Young Master Yun, stop!" Xianpai panicked. He was really frightened by Bailey Gongjin's words. If he was really that abnormal, not only would he die, but the entire Xiangyang city would also be destroyed. The imperial family's inheritance would be completely destroyed. "Stop? Stop your sister. You think I'll fall for your trick again?" Yun Xiao said coldly. "Do you think I'll fall for it? Let's die together." Boom, boom, boom. The battleship continued to fall, directly crushing the tallest building in the Zhou mansion and collapsing with a loud crash. The light on the battleship grew brighter and brighter, as if it was about to explode at any moment. "Quickly stop. I hereby swear that I will not let anyone harm a single hair on your head. If the Zhou family dares to lay a hand on you again, I will raze the Zhou family to the ground." "You're courting death," Xianpai roared madly. The veins on his face bulged, and his pupils swelled. Bean-sized cold sweat rolled down from his cheeks, drenching his whole body. Zhou Chongfa glared at Xianpai in his heart, but he had no choice but to hold it in. Under such circumstances, if they could not stabilize Yunxiao, they would all be doomed. But, as a member of the imperial family and the head of the Temple of Revered Elders, Xianpai's words naturally had to be counted on. So, it was impossible for him to kill Yunxiao today. "Oh!" Yunxiao waved a hand, and the entire Blueluan warship finally stopped. He looked at Xianpai with a playful look and snorted. "You aristocrats speak like you're farting. That Zhou family member said so much just now. He almost put his face on my butt. What about now? It's still a fart." Zhou Chongfa's face turned red and his body trembled in anger. However, no matter what, the Zhou family's reputation would be greatly affected. Thinking of this, he was so angry that he felt dizzy. Xianpai's heart was stuck in his throat. He was so nervous that his fists were almost dripping with water. "I am the grand uncle of the current emperor, the head of the Worship Institute. I'm a man of my word. I'll never lie to you. Put away the formation light on the battleship and we'll talk." "It's fine if you put away the light of the array," Yunxiao snorted. "I think it's better to talk like this. It gives me a sense of security." Xianpai knew that it was useless to say anything more, so he had to give up. He said with a headache, "You've been living your life as king of Wuxing in Tianshui and lord of Yanwu. Why did you come to Xiangyang to make trouble?" With an indifferent look on his face, Yunxiao crossed his arms over his chest and said coldly, "Old man Xian, I'm not happy with what you're saying." "Old man Xian?" With a huala, everyone fainted. In Xiangyang City, Xianpai was almost a godlike existence. Ordinary matters were managed by the emperor. However, he was in charge of everything that was beyond his ability. He was more senior than the emperor and was almost the true ruler of Xiangyang City. He had actually been replaced by Old Man Xian. In the distance, Xian Ruyu was so angry that he smashed the 9-dragon carved cup on the table into pieces. "What do you mean I came to Xiangyang City to cause trouble?" The Zhou family was arrogant, domineering, and went too far in bullying others. They were also untrustworthy and disloyal, and everyone could spit on them. "I'm here to settle accounts," Yunxiao shouted. "You're talking nonsense." Zhou Chongfa couldn't hold it in any longer. He shouted angrily, "You're clearly the one who created trouble for no reason. You actually dare to pour dirty water on us." Yunxiao sneered and gave him a contemptuous look as he snorted. "Is it wrong to say that you guys have no faith and righteousness? The entire Firecrow Empire has just witnessed the credibility of your Zhou family. If you still want your face, then shut up." "You coward!" Zhou Wei trembled in anger. Xianpai gave him a fierce glare, then looked up at Yunxiao and said, "What do you want now?" "First, Yunxiao said. Release Qin Ruxue, the princess of Tianxue that Zhou Yushan has taken away, and compensate and apologize. Second, you've made me worry several times today, so you have to compensate me for my mental and material losses. Xianpai was cursing in his heart. Who was the one who was scared? They were all covered in cold sweat. Are you all right? He thought. Do you still have more? He said angrily. Yunxiao nodded slightly and said with a smile, the last condition is that you can't keep hiding in the duel between me and Zhou Yushan. I'll fuck your ancestors. Who's hiding? Who's hiding? Zhou Yongbiao could not care less about his status as he started to curse. Xianpai was already angry. He glared at Zhou Yongbiao to shut him up. However, his face was already purple and smoke was rising from his head. Today, not only was the Zhou family's prestige and reputation damaged, but they were also labeled as a coward who was afraid of death. Their reputation was almost completely ruined. In the past thousands of years, when had the head of the Zhou family ever been so cowardly? Zhou Changfa's face was ashen as he said in a deep voice, we can let a woman go, but it's impossible for our Zhou family to apologize and compensate the princess of Tianxue. You're causing trouble in my Zhou family's territory. I'm already doing you a great favor by not killing you. You want to compensate me? Dream on. As for the third condition, I can agree to it. If that's the case, Yunxiao sneered, there's nothing more to say. Let's all die together. Qingwan Warship and 6 Universe Star Observation Formation. Activate all of them, he shouted loudly, and the light on the battleship instantly flickered, connecting into one and completely absorbing the sunlight. The entire Xianxia city was covered in an incandescent color. Hold on. Li Yunxiao, don't go too far. Xianpai cried out in a hurry. Don't overdo it. Fuck you. Yunxiao cursed in a low voice. Fuck you. I don't even want my life, so I don't care if you're going overboard or not. It's worth it to have so many so-called nobles buried with me. Xianpai's face changed greatly. The other party actually dared to point at his nose and scold him like this. It seemed that he really didn't want to live. He was very anxious. The consequences of this matter were too serious. He didn't dare to imagine it at all. He hurriedly said, hold on. I agree to your conditions. I agree on behalf of the Zhou family. Lord Pai. Zhou Changfa's eyes flashed with anger. He said in a deep voice, if we agree, what face will our Zhou family have? Xianpai gave him a cold look and said, you're the ones who caused this. Do you want the entire Xianxia city to be buried with you? Speaking of face, look at you guys. Where do you have any face left? Zhou Changfa did not dare to speak after being reprimanded. He could only stare at Yunxiao with hatred, determined to burn him to ashes. I'll only state my conditions, Yunxiao said coldly. It's up to you whether you agree or not. No bargaining. Let Ruxue out immediately, compensate 5 million mid-grade primordial stones, and announce to the world that they'll apologize to Tianxue. Secondly, my losses aren't that big of a deal. I'll just give you 50 million mid-grade primordial stones. If you let them go and pay up, I'll leave immediately. Otherwise, we'll die together. What? 5 million? 50 million? Zhou Changfa was furious. You're too much. A mere princess of a country actually wants my Zhou family to compensate 5 million. You're completely unscathed and you want me to pay 50 million. This is too much. The princess is the monarch, Yunxiao snorted. She was captured by your Zhou family for no reason. 5 million is already a cheap price. I'm unscathed. The level 6 ancient spiritual talisman that blocked your attack just now is worth 10 million. Also, where do you think my Blueluan warship came from? I rented it, and the rent alone is 10 million mid-grade primordial stones a day, not to mention the cost of operating the warship. I'm asking if 50 million is too much. What? You rented it? Everyone fainted on the spot. Xianpai also opened his mouth wide and said in shock, This thing can be rented? Where did you rent it? Yunxiao smiled and said, I've never told you. Hurry up and let him go. I don't have much patience. Moreover, this 6 sect stellar observation formation is also incomplete. If it flickered for a long time, it would be triggered automatically. At that time, don't let a large number of people die unjustly. This was an undisguised threat, but the Zhou family could only swallow it. 55 million mid-grade primordial stones. Zhu Jin also muttered to himself in a daze. This kid is really ruthless. Oh, Dijia's eyes flickered as he said coldly. This kid is a tough one. He knows that this operation is a sure-win situation. Boss Xian would never allow the Blueluan warship to explode here. That's why he's been standing on an undefeatable ground from the very beginning. Zhu Jin's face turned ugly. This is really troublesome. This kid seems to be playing with the Blueluan warship. I wonder which force is behind him. Now, even a fool knows that there's something complicated behind Yanwu. His words were said intentionally or unintentionally. Unlike Aodijia, he did not lower his voice. When his words were heard by the surrounding people, they all frowned. This was especially true for the Zhou family. Zhou Changfa and Zhou Yangbiao's faces were as dark as they could get. How could they not know that Yunxiao had someone behind him? But how could they swallow this great humiliation? Their eyes were bloodshot, and they looked like they would go berserk and kill someone at any moment. The people around them subconsciously backed away. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, a familiar figure was brought out by the Zhou family, immediately attracting everyone's attention. Everyone wanted to see what kind of princess this young man would save at the cost of offending the Zhou family. Ruxue was only a warrior of the origin realm. Under the pressure of these masters, her face turned extremely pale. She felt like a bird in a cage, and no matter how the people around her looked at her and commented on her, she couldn't help but turn pale. She was so anxious that she began to cry. Under the attention of thousands of people, she was like a snow lotus that could be blown away by the wind at any time. She was so delicate and helpless, and her shoulders trembled. You're always like a big sister. Why do you cry so much now? Yunxiao chuckled. His whole body exuded the scent of sunshine, which spread out in the cold winter and brought warmth. Qin Rushua's body trembled, and she hurriedly looked up. It was that delicate and pretty face. Her tears flowed even more freely, covering her face like a river that had just broken its dam. Woo woo Yunxiao, take me back. I don't want to stay here. Woo woo. He had fantasized about this scene thousands of times, but it actually appeared in front of him. On the general's platform outside the capital, among the many experts, he was the one who risked his life to save her. From that moment on, the figure standing with a sword in his hand was forever engraved in her heart, and could never be erased. She had hoped countless times that he would come to save her, but at the same time, she had hoped that he wouldn't come. Not even the state of Tianshui could afford to offend the 4 aristocratic families, let alone the son of a general of Tianshui. She had thought that she would be humiliated in the Zhou family, imprisoned for the rest of her life, or tortured to death. However, after she came to the Zhou family, she had been locked up in a room. No one had come to see her or humiliated her. It was only later that she found out that he had used an extremely precious promise in exchange for her safety in the Zhou family. At this moment, that handsome face overlapped with the countless fantasies she had had, and Qin Ruxue couldn't hold it in anymore and burst into tears. The more she cried, the warmer she felt. The coldness in her heart gradually dissipated. A deck appeared on the Blueluan warship and slowly extended to the bottom of Rushue's feet. Yunxiao nodded heavily and said, "Let's go home. From now on, no one will dare to bully you. Whoever dares to touch you, I'll kill his entire family." Everyone's expression changed drastically. Those ordinary words seemed to have a trace of magic, making everyone feel a bone-chilling cold. Xian Pai's expression also changed slightly. He was a 5-stars martial emperor, and his state of mind had long reached the level of an ancient well without ripples. However, for some reason, he was also shocked by these calm words. The vicissitudes of life and indifference in his words made it seem as if he regarded all the living beings in the world as dung and killed people like crushing ants. It was a truly transcendent and indifferent attitude, as if there was nothing in the world that could be placed in his heart. Xian Pai's face gradually turned serious. He had thought that Yunxiao was talented, but he was just a teenager. However, at this moment, he felt a sense of coldness and extreme danger. It was as if this young man was a deeply buried explosive, and if he was not careful, he would be blown to pieces at any time. The Xingyang family was like this, and the Zhou family was almost like this, but what if it was the imperial family? Xianxia's pupils shrank in horror, and his heart felt as heavy as a big stone. The faces of the people of the Zhou family changed drastically, and their pupils turned bloodshot, wishing they could rush up and bite Yunxiao to pieces. Zhou Yangbiao took out a storage bag and threw it over. He shouted, "Here are 55 million mid-grade primordial stones. On the Golden Crow lightning platform, my Zhou family will personally crush every single bone in your body." Yunxiao smiled and walked down the deck. Without even looking at Zhou Yangbiao, he took the storage bag and put it away. He walked to Wuxia, reached out his hand, and said softly, "Let's go home." "Woo-woo," Wuxia cried even harder. When she reached out, a strong hand held her hand and led her onto the battleship. She felt a sense of happiness. "You coward!" Zhou Yang was so angry that he went mad. Yunxiao's contempt for him made the harsh words he had just said appear pale and empty, and he was so ashamed that he almost bled. Xianpai looked around and then said in a deep voice, "Young Master Yun, do you have any other conditions? If there's none left, please take this battleship and leave as soon as possible." "Hee. Thank you, Dean Xian, for granting my wish. I'm fine." Yunxiao cupped his hands and said with a smile, "I'm just taking back what belongs to me. Everyone, we shall meet again." He smiled and looked in a few directions in the crowd, and said loudly, "Brother Wang Chun, thank you for your care these days. Also, Lord Chung Feng and Lord Mod, thank you for your care. Master Bailey Gongjin, thank you for your care." Wang Chun cupped his hands and smiled politely. However, when he heard the last part, his smile froze on his face and he looked stunned. Chung Feng and Mo Xiao also frowned. A glimmer of light flashed in their eyes, and their mouths were slightly open. Bailey Gongjin was stunned for a moment, and then he smiled bitterly. Yunxiao took in everyone's expressions. He smiled and waved at them. A moment later, the light on the entire starship gradually weakened and suddenly turned into a ray of light, flying towards the sky. Thousands of people stared at the warship, and it was only after it had disappeared for a long time that they all turned their eyes back. All of them heaved a sigh of relief, but their expressions were different, each having their own thoughts. Zhou Chengfa's eyes fell on the crowd and he said coldly, "Wang Mang, Cheng Feng, Mo Qian, aren't you going to give the Zhou family an explanation?" He turned to Bailey Gongjin with the same cold look and said, "Also, Master Bailey, what happened to that pill just now? I really want to know." Bailey Gongjin's face changed, and he said angrily, "Zhou Chengfa, what do you mean? Are you suspecting that I've secretly changed the pills or poisoned them? Lord Longhaired, this is that brat's plan to drive a wedge between us." A man with a refined appearance walked out of the crowd and cupped his hands. "Before today, I've never even seen this person. He only said hello before he left, but he was just trying to be mysterious. Lord Longhaired, please don't fall for his trick. This person was the head of the Mo family, MOE. Although Yunxiao's provocation was very childish, the people of the Zhou family were now somewhat delirious with anger, and it was a sensitive period before the opening of Mount Meru. Any small misunderstanding could lead to a great disaster. Hence, Mo Xiao had no choice but to explain herself. "That's right. That kid deliberately mixed things up in order to benefit from it. This has caused our four great clans to be suspicious of each other." Chung Feng also walked out. Master Bailey is a man of virtue and prestige. To think that he's also dragged into this. This is really infuriating, he said. Zhou Chengfa clenched his fists and shouted angrily, "You mean I'll fall for such a childish scheme?" Mo Xiao and Chung Feng were stunned and immediately shut their mouths. She criticized him in her heart. "It's obvious, but you still want to point it out. Aren't you afraid of embarrassing yourself?" However, the two of them did not dare to reply. Zhou Chengfa was the grand elder of the Zhou family, a generation higher than them. Although the two of them were the heads of aristocratic families, they didn't dare to offend him. Moreover, the Zhou family was right at the mouth of a volcano. If they accidentally spewed it at him, they would be the fools. And Wang Mang, why don't you come out and say something? All this time, your Wang family has been sending 10 experts to monitor our Zhou family. Have you never recognized that kid? Zhou Changfa glared at them and scolded. A man in silk sighed and looked at Wang Chun with a bitter smile. He had to walk out of the crowd and explain respectfully. Lord Long-Haired, we do know that Li Yunxiao, young Master Yushan and Master Yuan Hao of the Alchemist Association knew the details of the deal. Other than that, I have no other connection. Humph! What a good no other connection. Zhou Changfa snorted and ignored him. He turned to Bailey Gongsun and said, Master Bailey, I also respect you as the president of the Alchemist Association, a sixth-tier alchemist, and an existence that disdains the three kingdoms of the southern region. But the pill was being watched by tens of thousands of people, and it was impossible for Yunxiao to avoid so many eyes. I want to know what's going on. Bailey Gongjin's face seemed to be covered in a layer of ice, and his eyes turned cold. For so many years in Firecrow Empire, no one had ever dared to question him like this. Not to mention that he was not giving him any face in front of tens of thousands of people. The Alchemist Association was an independent organization with branches everywhere on the heavenly Martial continent. It was a huge and transcendental existence that did not listen to any power. Even the divine capital of the holy region had never listened to orders. Zhu Jin's face changed slightly. He stood up and said, Brother Changfa, there's something fishy about this. I can guarantee with my life that it's not Master Bailey's doing. Elder Zhou Bo's death has saddened everyone. Let's calm down and think of a plan. He knew that Zhou Changfa had indeed lost his mind in anger. Otherwise, he would never have offended a sixth-tier emperor alchemist. Looking at Bailey Gongjin's face that was almost dripping with water, his heart was also drumming. He was worried that the Zhou family would bring an unexpected disaster because of this, and if it was even more serious, it would develop to the point where the whole Firecrow Empire's aristocrats and the Alchemist Association would break off. The consequences would be even more unimaginable. Xenpai also thought of the consequences and hurriedly said, Master Bailey, Zhou Changfa is too angry. You've also seen what happened today. I'm afraid that no family would be able to calm down after what happened today. Bailey Gongjin's face darkened as he said coldly, Zhou Changfa, I'll pretend I didn't hear what you just said. However, from now on, my Alchemist Association will have no more contact with your Zhou family. After he said that, he turned around and left in anger. The crowd immediately cleared a path, followed by a few powerful auras, all of which were warriors who followed Bailey Gongjin. In the tense situation just now, all of them were ready to take action. Zhou Changfa was shocked and calmed down a little. He immediately realized that he had done something stupid. The consequences of breaking off relations with the Alchemist Association would be that it would be difficult for him to get powerful alchemy products in the future, and the supply of profound weapons and pills would also be extremely reduced. He was immediately extremely vexed, so angry that his chest was about to explode. If he wanted to repair this relationship, he would probably have to pay a great price. Impulsiveness was truly the devil. It was all Yunxiao's fault. I hate him. I hate him so much. His remorseful expression fell into everyone's eyes. All of them were secretly laughing, gloating over his misfortune. The patriarchs of the other three families squinted their eyes and looked at each other. They were all laughing in their hearts. Xianpai shook his head slightly and sent a message to Zhou Zhoufa. There's still room for improvement in our relationship with the Alchemist Association, but the most troublesome thing now is Yanwu. Their behavior is too strange, and their strength is mysterious. Before Mount Meru opens, don't mess with them. What? Zhou Zhou was furious and said with a gloomy face, How can the Zhou clan take this lying down? Xianpai glanced at him indifferently and said indifferently, Is one breath more important, or is the inheritance of tens of millions of years more important? Do you think it's a coincidence that a Li Yunxiao suddenly appeared when Mount Meru was about to open? He can even play with the Blueluan warship. Do you really think he rented it? He looked at Zhou Changfa, whose expression was getting uglier and uglier inside. Endure for a while, and everything will be fine. For a force that can take out a Blueluan warship at will, annihilating your Zhou family is no different from crushing an ant. In front of such a powerful force, what face do you have? The expression on Xianxia's face gradually turned cold. He snorted. If your Zhou family wishes to seek its own destruction, I will not stop you. However, if it affects the opening of Mount Meru, you will be the first one Xianxia will kill. Zhou Changfa also knew that Mount Meru was a big deal and could not afford any mistakes. He was so angry that his teeth were chattering. He said, "If I kill this kid in the arena of life and death, I'll have nothing to say." "That's right," Xianxia nodded gently. On the Golden Crow Lightning God platform, life and death are all up to one's own ability. Yushan was indeed talented, but he couldn't be careless. This kid is extremely strange. Zhou Changfa snorted coldly. "Thank you for your reminder, Lord Pai. Yushan is currently in closed-door cultivation and will be able to break out in 7 days. At that time, he will naturally be able to take revenge for the humiliation." Xianxia knew that he was extremely unhappy and said, "That's good. At least you can save some face for the nobles of Firecrow Empire." However, this brat said, "Forget it, just be careful. I don't think it'll be that simple." Zhou Changfa was already feeling depressed, and he was even more upset after hearing what he said. He said, "Yushan is a man of great fortune. No one in the younger generation of the Firecrow Empire can rival him." Xianxia knew what he was feeling, so he didn't argue with him and smiled. His eyes fell on Zhu Jin and Ao Dijia, and he said seriously, "The situation is getting more and more complicated, and the allocation of spots at Mount Meru is about to be out. Bring out all the power of the Temple of Worship. We must maintain the safety and stability of Xiangyang City." His eyes swept over Cheng Feng and the other two at the same time, and he said, "You 3 aristocratic families can't be careless either. At this time, you must put aside all your schemes and infighting, work together to deal with any possible situation, and wait for orders at any time." "Yes." The 3 clan heads hurriedly cupped their hands and respectfully said. Xianxia nodded with satisfaction. He glanced around the crowd and said indifferently, "All the great families and sects, listen up. In this period of time, if anyone dares to cause trouble, kill them without mercy." His cold gaze swept across the crowd like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water, but it made everyone feel as if he was staring at them, and they all took a few steps back in fear. It was as if there was a sudden chill, and everyone's faces were pale. "Humph, you only know how to bully the weak and fear the strong. That Li Yunxiao is safe and sound after all the trouble he has caused, so will be killed without mercy." A dissatisfied voice muttered in the crowd, but because it was too quiet, everyone could hear it clearly even though it was extremely soft. Xianxia flew into a rage. This was simply a slap to his face and a disgrace to the imperial family. His gaze was like a sharp blade as he stared at a small figure in the crowd. The man was shocked, and his face turned pale, as if he had been thrown into an ice cellar. He felt a chill run down his spine from the piercing gaze. Only then did he realize that he had caused a huge disaster. Xianxia coldly stretched out his hand and pointed. The man's body gradually floated up 3 or 4 meters in the air before stopping. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't come down. "How dare you!" Xianxia spat out 2 words and pointed his index finger. Bang! The man was directly blown into pieces in the air, his flesh and blood splattering everywhere. The people below were all shocked, but the crowd was too crowded, and many people were still frightened. "Anyone else has any objections?" Xianxia stared at the crowd coldly. Those who were stared at by him were so scared that their legs turned to jelly and they hurriedly squeezed back. He coldly glanced around and snorted, "All of you, get lost." Voila! The crowd immediately dispersed, and almost all the forces in Xiangyang City were gathered here. Now that they had suddenly scattered, it was also extremely crowded. There were endless cries and curses, and many people were stepped on. It was unknown whether they were alive or dead. Some of the experts from the big sects and forces used their true energy to open up a path for their own people, making the rest of the crowd even more crowded. Yu Rong also opened up a vacuum zone. Looking at Ding Ling who was deep in thought, he said, "Miss, shall we go back too?" Ding Ling came back to her senses and nodded slightly. Her eyes were full of spirit. It's courage to be fearless in the face of danger under the martial emperor realm. Among 10,000 people, to come and go freely was wisdom. Yunxiao is really a man with both wisdom and courage. I was right. Although the method this kid used to leave was very low level, it produced unexpected results, Yu Rong said in silence. The complete fallout with the Alchemist Association was undoubtedly a huge blow to the Zhou family, even more serious than the blow to their reputation this time. Furthermore, there will be some estrangement between us and the other 3 great clans. This kid is indeed impressive, he said emotionally. He has such cultivation at such a young age, such means, and such wisdom. If he is allowed to continue developing, it will be terrifying. Ding Ling beautiful eyes flickered from time to time as she listened, and a strange smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. On a small building in the distance, Xian Ruyu watched the crowd disperse with a gloomy expression. He tapped his index finger on the table, as if he was planning something. "Uncle Yu, do you think Zhou Yushan will win the competition in 7 days?" he suddenly asked. Yu Jilin's figure gradually appeared behind him, and he said in a low voice, "Zhou Yushan's body is abnormal, and he's born to be fickle in love, now that he's received the favor and inheritance of the emotion-severing mountain. I'm afraid that after he comes out of his closed-door cultivation, he'll have no match among the younger generation of Firecrow Empire." But Yunxiao had survived Zhou Changfa's punch just now. Although it was only the aftershock, it was not something he, a mere martial lord, could withstand. I have a feeling that the power behind Yanwu might still be on top of emotion-severing mountain. A cold glint flashed in Xian Ruyu's eyes as he said arrogantly, "It's hard to find an opponent in the younger generation? I wonder how these 2 compare to my 20 moonlit bridges." "Of course not," Yu Jilin replied with a smile. He stretched his body and said with a smile, "Besides, Li Yunxiao is too arrogant. I'm afraid he'll die before he can grow into a man." Even though Zhou Yushan has received the inheritance of the emotion-severing mountain, his natural talent is limited, so he's only at that level. "Humph, Uncle Yu, you've underestimated Zhou Yushan. The unruffled heavenly book of the emotion-severing mountain is one of the most powerful items in the entire southern region." Xian Ruyu sipped his tea unhurriedly. Even though he spoke with great importance, his face had a trace of disdain. Yu Jilin laughed noncommittally and said, "Although the unruffled heavenly book is extraordinary, Your Highness is cultivating Jutian sect's void treasure scripture, which is only stronger than the unruffled heavenly book. Furthermore, there's also the 24 moonlit bridges of the heavenly jewel sect, the number 1 person among the younger generation of the southern mountain range, the crown prince." Xian Ruyu's gloominess was swept away, and he smiled faintly. "I've already mastered 2 of the cultivation techniques of the 3 major sects of Firecrow Empire. He was only missing the unruffled heavenly book of the severed love mountain. Unfortunately, he had been rejected several times when he came to ask for advice. I'd like to see how powerful the unruffled heavenly book is after Zhou Yushan has mastered it." Yu Jilin looked at him with pity and said, "Your Highness, cultivation techniques are secondary. The most important thing is to improve your own cultivation. This is the right way." Just as Shangyang City was in an uproar, the Blueluan warship sailed through the clouds and came to the sky above the Supreme Palace. Although Yanwu had the 9 Dragons energy-absorbing array, all the spiritual energy within thousands of miles had been absorbed by the Divine Realm tablet, so it could no longer provide any spiritual energy. Although the Supreme Palace wasn't a spiritual mountain or treasure land, it could still be used as a temporary residence. Yunxiao was already considering striking Jutian sect. The 3 strongest sects in Firecrow Empire were led by Jutian sect, followed by the Heavenly Jewel sect and Emotion-Severing Mountain. Logically speaking, the stronger the sect was, the more resources they would be able to seize. Therefore, within the Fire Crow Empire, the spirit mountains and treasured lands of these three sects must be the places with the most abundant natural energy. That brat Qifeng has most likely become a martial supreme in the Eight Desolates realm, one of the supreme experts in the Eight Desolates. Even the self-destruction of the Blueluan warship won't work. Yunxiao sighed slightly. Obviously, this method did not work. Ruxue, who was beside him, was still holding his arm and snuggling up to him, as if she was sleeping soundly. Teacher Luo, please help her. Women are really monsters. They can fall asleep while standing. Yunxiao looked at Ruxue, who was sleeping sweetly, in surprise. He tried to push her away and pull his hand out, but found that it was clutched tightly by her, and he could not get it off even after trying a few times. Behind him, Luo Yunxiang's calm face was rippling with emotions, and she had an indescribable feeling in her heart. I'll do it. She walked up and gently patted Rushue's back. Only then did Ruxue loosen her grip and pull her into her arms. Phew, I'm finally free. Yunxiao moved his arm and pointed at his forehead. A beam of light shot out of his hand and into the Supreme Palace. A huge divine realm tablet fell down. After a flash of flowing light and vibrant colors, it turned back into a simple stone tablet and stood below. In the depths of the ground, the spirit chi where the Supreme Palace was located surged into the divine realm tablet crazily. Let's just go in. With a few hand seals, the Blueluan warship began to shrink rapidly as it drove toward the divine realm tablet. Yunxiang watched Yunxiao's every move calmly, then glanced at Ruxue in her arms. For some reason, a hint of resentment appeared on her face as she sighed slightly. Kid, are you really stupid or are you just pretending? Yunxiao was about to go out when Yunxiang asked him a question from behind. He paused for a moment, then smiled and said, Teacher, what you said is so profound. I don't understand. Yunxiang was exasperated and said, I knew you were playing dumb. Ruxue or Mengwu, which one do you like? Don't tell me you want both. Yunxiao scratched his head and said, Teacher, what are you talking about? We're just students of Galan Academy. Didn't the academy state that you're not allowed to date? I'm blushing and my heart is beating fast. Li Yunxiao, you're still playing dumb. Yunxiang did not know why, but she felt very, very angry. So angry that she wanted to hit someone. But, in a flash, he found himself in Mount Inch and Yunxiao and the Blueluan warship had disappeared. The divine realm tablet was connected to Yunxiao's mind, so he was a god in this world. With a single thought, he could travel 10,000 miles in an instant. Slightly dazed, Yunxiang sighed softly and said, Little girl, get up. She has already left. Ruxue, who was in his arms, moved slightly. She looked up shyly, blinked her big eyes, and said with a red face, Teacher Luo, do you think young Master Yun likes me? Yunxiang smiled wryly and said, If I don't like you, why would I take such a big risk to save you? It's just that Ingluo Ruxue was overjoyed, but she immediately said nervously, But what? Yunxiang sighed and stroked her hair as she said softly, I'm just afraid that the falling flowers will intentionally follow the flowing water. Rushue's pupils slightly trembled, and she lowered her head in a daze. Yunxiao stood in the sky above Mount Inch, and he could sense everything happening inside the divine realm tablet with his divine sense. The overall strength of the three groups had been greatly improved, and many alchemists in Mount Innerheart had also made breakthroughs, so everyone was cultivating very hard. It was because they might never encounter the resources that the divine realm tablet could provide in their entire lives. No one was willing to give up such an opportunity. However, Meng Wu and Meng Bai were still in a deep sleep. After cutting off the spiritual energy from the outside world, the primordial qi in the divine realm tablet was being consumed at an extremely fast speed, and it seemed to be running out. He pondered for a while, then went deep into Mount Innerheart, where the center of the spiritual qi was, and began to cultivate. The spirit mountain where the Supreme Palace was located was considered a medium-level place in Firecrow Empire, at least much more abundant than when it was in Yanwu. But for Yunxiao it was still far from enough. He grabbed a storage bag and threw it into the air. With a light tap of his finger, it exploded with a bang. The mountain-like pile of primeval stones was white and mesmerizing as they rolled down. Yunxiao's eyes narrowed slightly, and his pupils suddenly turned into blood-red crescents. Streams of mental power gushed out and turned into thunderbolts that struck the primordial stones. Boom, boom, boom! All 55 million medial-grade primordial stones exploded at this moment. If other martial artists saw him using vitality stones like this, they would probably be so angry that they would bang their heads against the wall. If the Zhou clan knew about this, they would definitely vomit blood and die. Even for the Zhou family, these primordial stones were not a small sum, but Yunxiao had actually used them up so casually. The spiritual qi spread out in all directions like a sea, instantly forming a sea of spiritual qi. It spread across the entire foot of Mount Innerheart like a spiritual spring, endlessly rolling in. Yunxiao's eyes regained their clarity as he sat down cross-legged. One qi of creation. Absorb it. At this moment, he formed a seal with one hand and remained motionless. It was as if he had turned into a stone at the bottom of the mountain and had quietly existed for countless years. He had almost become one with the mountain. The almost tangible spiritual energy rolled over and seeped into his limbs and bones through every pore. His entire figure was enveloped by the massive spiritual energy and turned into a hazy mist. Just like him, there was also a small sapling in front of him that was also absorbing spiritual qi. It looked ordinary, but the speed of absorption was even higher than Yunxiao's. It was the Kunwu divine tree that Yunxiao had brought back from the South Sea, and he had planted it directly in the source of the spirit qi in the tablet. Just like that, the man and the tree were completely immersed in the sea of spirit qi. However, the amount of spiritual qi contained in these 55 million origin stones was so great that it was difficult to estimate. As they absorbed the spiritual qi, it spread toward Mount Innerheart. Soon, everyone could feel that the concentration of the surrounding spiritual energy was rapidly increasing. They were pleasantly surprised and began to concentrate on cultivating. As the density of the spiritual qi in Mount Innerheart increased, in a certain cave deep underground, a change was slowly happening. Meng Bai's big cocoon suddenly came to life. The scarlet shell of the 9 neonate purple-striped flood dragon had turned back to white. At this moment, it was emitting beams of 9-colored light as it devoured the spirit qi, and its speed was no slower than Yunxiao's. 7 days later, the pure white cocoon suddenly shot out rays of light in 9 colors, illuminating the entire cave. The cocoon gradually became transparent, and even the tiny patterns on it became clear. A surge of power kept vibrating out, as if a heart was beating inside. The frequency became faster and faster, and it spread far and wide. "This is Ingluo?" A surprised voice came from outside the cave, and then several figures entered one after another. Xiao Qingwang, Qian Duoduo, Nang Feichen, and Li Chunyang were all martial grandmasters, and they had all felt the surging force and were attracted to it. What a surging spiritual qi of heaven and earth! What is inside this big cocoon? When did such a thing appear at the bottom of Mount Innerheart? Li Chunyang asked in surprise. "I think we'll have to ask young Master Yun about this," Nang Feichen said with a frown. "He must be the one who got this thing." Just as they were discussing, the large cocoon suddenly cracked open, and a surge of power gushed out in all directions, causing the entire cave to shake. They were all martial grandmasters, so they were naturally unafraid. They circulated their true qi to protect their bodies, allowing the force to attack them without any harm. Xiao Qingwang frowned and asked in shock, "What kind of power is this? It's actually corroding my true qi." The other 3 also felt the same way. Li Chunyang said in horror, "This power itself is not strong, but it can rapidly consume true qi. It's too terrifying." From the source of the power, where the cocoon had cracked open, a naked young man walked out in a daze. His eyes were misty and his skin was actually 9-colored. The light was constantly rotating and it was extraordinary. "Meng Bai!" Li Chunyang's eyelids twitched, and he said in surprise, "Meng Bai? That brat Yunxiao brought him to recuperate and placed him inside this large cocoon. I'm a cricket." Meng Bai frowned, his mind blank as he tried hard to recall. The scene gradually became clear, and his eyes suddenly lit up. The confused expression on his face was swept away, and 2 rays of bright light shot out, full of vigor. "Lord Xiao, old man, what are you doing?" Meng Bai looked surprised when he saw the 4 of them. Then, he found himself naked, and a shy look flashed across his face. Xiao Qingwang threw out a set of clothes. As soon as the clothes left his hand, they immediately corroded in the air and turned into ashes in the blink of an eye, leaving nothing. They looked at each other in horror. Then Li Chunyang said in a deep voice, "Meng Bai, restrain your aura." Meng Bai was taken aback, and he said in surprise, "Restrain your aura? I don't know how to do that." A voice suddenly came from outside the cave. "Pig will guard the Dantian Yuan as one." "Master!" Meng Bai was overjoyed to see that the man was Yunxiao. He hurriedly sank his primordial qi into his Dantian, and the corrosive air in the air was gradually absorbed into his body and completely purified. Yunxiao threw out another set of clothes, and Meng Bai hurriedly put them on. "Master, I feel so powerful. I've never felt so powerful before." He waved his fist in joy, and wherever the wind from his fist passed, a bowl-sized hole was corroded in the stone wall of the cave. Xiao Qingwang and the other 3 looked at each other. It was not a big deal to make a hole with a punch, but Meng Bai's punch was not strong. It was just a casual swing, but his genuine qi had such a strong corrosive effect. If it was an enemy, the other party would have to use several times the strength to defend. "Not bad. You've finally developed a part of your heaven-earth venomous body under the stimulation of the venomous blood. From now on, your cultivation speed will far surpass the others." With an envious look on his face, Yunxiao praised, "The world's metamorphosis is a blessing from the heavens. Although you only have the strength of a martial master now, you can fight with a great martial master." "Martial master?" Meng Bai was surprised, but then he was overjoyed. He laughed and said, "Haha, I was wondering why he was so powerful. So I'm already a martial master. I've crossed a major realm just by sleeping. Wow, master, you're the best. Just let me sleep." Xiao Qingwang and the other 3 were so shocked that they almost bit their tongues. They were so shocked by Meng Bai's corrosive true energy that they didn't notice his cultivation base. After a quick check, they found that he was a 3-stars martial master. His master had advanced a major realm in just a few days. Now, he had not seen his disciple for a few days, and she had also crossed a major realm. The 4 of them had the urge to bang their heads against the wall. How could they live with such an abnormal advancement speed? "The most important thing for you now is to cultivate the tyrant body tempering technique," Yunxiao said with a smile. "It can maximize the potential of your body. The path of martial Dao is never ending. Your little achievement is not even enough to enter the gate." Hearing Yunxiao's words, Xiao Qingwang felt that his self-esteem and self-confidence had been hit hard, so he changed the subject. "Young Master Yun, 7 days have passed. Are you planning to go to the Zhou family's meeting?" "Of course." Yunxiao narrowed his eyes and smiled. "I'll go." With a worried look on his face, Li Chunyang said in a deep voice, "You've completely offended the Zhou family, and it's almost a situation where they won't rest until you die. On this stage, they would definitely arrange a trump card. In my opinion, why don't we stay far away from Firecrow Empire and find a great mountain to cultivate? With your talent, it won't be long before you come back to settle the score with them." Yunxiao laughed. "You don't have to go through so much trouble. He's just a child of a noble family. I don't even put him in my eyes." Li Chunyang said, "I'm worried that even if you win, you might not be able to leave. The Zhou family has been standing in Firecrow Empire for thousands of years, and they've survived all kinds of storms. How can they not be able to deal with you?" As a general of Tianshui, he had always had a deep-rooted fear of the aristocrats of Firecrow Empire. Even Xiao Qingwang was the same. They were not worried that Yunxiao could not win, but that even if he did, he would not be able to escape unscathed. "If we can't retreat in one piece," Yunxiao said indifferently, "we can just take out the Blueluan warship and blow up Shangyang City." This Wufu. The few of them were stunned speechless and shook their heads with bitter smiles. Yunxiao chuckled and no longer paid attention to the others. He took a step forward and disappeared from the Divine Realm tablet, then reappeared in Supreme Palace. The Dark Thunder, who had been standing guard beside Meng Wu, suddenly opened its eyes wide, and a hint of joy appeared on its face. Then, its figure gradually disappeared, and in the next moment, it appeared in front of Xianxia. Not bad. It's indeed a hybrid demonic beast. It has reached the peak of the martial ancestor realm so quickly. When I have time, I will find some herbs to help you break through the shackles of 5-element realm and enter a higher level. Xianxia smiled as he stroked Dark Thunder's fur. The beast seemed to be able to understand him. It twisted its body excitedly and rubbed itself against Xianxia's body. It was perhaps the one who believed in Xianxia the most among the crowd. Its demon beast instinct made it feel how terrifying and powerful this human was. Haha, you better behave yourself now. Later, you'll show me your might. Xianxia laughed and patted its head, then mounted it and flew toward Xiangyang City. The Dark Thunder's 4 legs stepped on the crackling lightning as it flew in the sky. It was a magnificent sight. In the Divine Realm tablet, Xianxia's soul form was still meditating. Suddenly, Duanyu appeared, looked at him and said, "Are you really going to accept the challenge? If I die, who will be responsible for unsealing me?" Xianxia's eyes were still closed as he snorted and said, "If I die, you'll be sealed for the rest of your life." "Fuck!" Duanyu cursed and said lazily, "If you're about to die, remember to shout. I'll immediately jump out to save you and run." He paused for a moment before continuing, "But you're a freak. Even I can't tell how strong you are. You're just a child of a noble family. Although I've never seen you before, it's undoubtedly a fool's dream to defeat you. It's only been a few days and you've advanced another star. If you tell me how difficult it is to advance again, I'll strangle you." Xianxia opened his eyes slightly and chuckled. "Enough about me. The true energy you've accumulated should be enough for you to break through the bottleneck of a 2-star martial emperor and advance to a 3-star martial emperor, right? Do you know how many vitality stones I used to become a 4-star martial lord? The 55 million origin stones have all been used up." "What?" Duanyu was startled, and he stomped his feet and said, "Prodigal, you're really a prodigal. Why did I say that the spiritual chi suddenly became so abnormal?" Xianxia snorted. "Don't act like you've got a good deal. If I hadn't selflessly offered all the spirit energy in the primordial stones, you wouldn't have been able to touch the bottleneck of 3-star martial emperor so quickly." He continued to close his eyes and didn't make a sound. Duanyu mumbled a few curses, and then his figure disappeared in a flash. In the distance, a faint voice came. "Remember to call me if you're about to die. Don't try to save your face." Xianxia, who was on the Dark Thunder, smiled and muttered, "No one in the southern region can kill me." A bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. Dark Thunder stepped on the lightning and flew toward Xiangyang City. After Xianxia made a scene in the Zhou family, the entire Xiangyang City was in an uproar. This was the first time in thousands of years that someone had challenged the authority of the 4 great clans. For the past 7 days, this matter had been spread all over the streets and alleys. The first thing they said was to talk about the Zhou family. Otherwise, it would seem that they were not up to standard and would lose face. In particular, the surging forces from all sides had their eyes on Yanwu. For the first time, this newly rising force had entered the eyes of all the forces in Firecrow Empire so seriously. They all wanted to see through him and find out why he dared to provoke the Zhou family. Everyone was waiting for the day of the competition, and they seemed to be more nervous and excited than any other festival. There were even some busybodies who opened up many bets, and for a time the gambling business was booming. I bet 10,000 medial-grade primordial stones on Zhou Yushan winning. At a betting table, a young man called out in a high-key manner and casually threw out a bag of vital stones. This shocked everyone around them. Most of them bet on Zhou Yushan's victory. After all, the Zhou family had been tyrannical for a long time, and they were all very powerful. However, it was still extremely rare for someone to be able to take out so many primeval stones at once. The Zhuang family looked at him in surprise. This person had fair skin, a slightly green face, and an extraordinary aura. He was obviously not an ordinary person. They did not dare to delay and quickly counted the primordial stones. That's right, it's 10,000 mid-grade primordial stones. The dealer carefully kept it and looked at the person in front of him. Sir, are you sure you're going to place a bet on Zhou Yushan? The young man revealed a smug expression and said proudly, Of course! Young Master Zhou is an outstanding talent among the younger generation of Firecrow Empire, and he is also a disciple of Emotion-Severing Mountain. He will win for sure. When the people around heard this, they immediately perked up their ears, wanting to listen carefully. But the young man didn't say anything. One of them could not help but ask, But the city lord of Yanwu, Li Yunxiao, is also very strong. That day at the Zhou family, he was struck by Zhou Changfa's palm, but he was still safe and sound. It was too strange. I saw it with my own eyes. It's not fake. Yup. If he could compete with old Zhou, even 100 Zhou Yushan wouldn't be enough to go with his wine. Everyone chimed in. The young man looked at the man with contempt and sneered. A martial lord is fighting against old Master Zhou and a martial emperor? Are you joking? Look at your big head. Is it full of shit? The young man saw that the man still wanted to refute, so he coldly sneered. I'm telling you, Yunxiao used a 6th-tier ancient talisman to block old Master Zhou's attack. A 6th-order ancient spiritual talisman. Do you know what it is? It was equivalent to a 6th-tier profound armament, and it was a one-time use item. That meant Yunxiao had to waste a 6th-tier mystic artifact to keep his life. A mere martial lord? Humph. You have to know that Zhou Yushan was already a martial lord before he was favored by the Emotion-Severing Mountain. I see. The people around him were all enlightened, and their eyes lit up with excitement. They couldn't help but place their bets on Zhou Yushan. There was still a more cautious person who asked carefully, With all due respect, how can this lord be so certain? The young man revealed an impatient expression and said coldly, It's not a secret. Many people know about it. He swept his gaze across the crowd and said smugly, Have you ever heard of the 4 Extreme Chamber of Commerce? 4-level Chamber of Commerce? One of them was shocked and said, One of the 7 chambers of commerce in the Merchant Union, the 4 Extremes Chamber of Commerce, known for its intelligence network? Did you get the news from the 4 Extreme Chamber of Commerce? He asked in shock. The other person also revealed a look of disbelief and shook his head. It said that the 4-level Chamber of Commerce has the best information in the world, but it's also extremely expensive. Any piece of insignificant information can be sold for a sky-high price. It's not something ordinary people can afford. The young man smiled and took out 2 small booklets. He waved them in front of the crowd and laughed. Everyone, you're all right. But this time, in order to make a name for themselves, the 4-level Chamber of Commerce had specially printed this information booklet. It recorded all kinds of information and strength comparisons between Yunxiao and Zhou Yushan in detail, including what they usually ate and how many minutes they could last in bed. If you don't believe me, take a look. The crowd looked at the 2 booklets and saw that they were Li Yunxiao, the shocking secret behind Yanwu, and Zhou Yushan, the unspeakable story of Emotion-Severing Mountain. There's actually such a thing? Sir, can we take a look? The young man's face turned cold as he put away the 2 booklets. He sneered. This book costs 1,000 mid-grade primordial stones each. I spent a huge sum of money to buy it. How can I show it to you poor people? If you want to see it, buy it yourself. Sell it on Huangqing Road. Limited to 1,000 copies, until sold out. Only 1,000 books? Everyone was shocked and hurriedly started discussing. 1 book is too expensive. Let's buy it together and benefit together. This thing is a kasaya. It can't be fake, right? Someone carefully questioned. Fake your head. How could something from the 4-level Chamber of Commerce be fake? Hurry up and go. The crowd rushed toward Huangqing Road. The same scene was happening in every street and alley in Xiangyang City. It didn't take long for almost everyone to be reading a booklet carefully. The young man smiled, turned around, and disappeared into an empty alley. Suddenly, a voice rang out. The young man's body trembled as he hurriedly turned around, only to see a young woman smiling. Master Jiarong, as a citizen of Yanwu, how dare you bet on Zhou Yushan's victory? Aren't you afraid that young Master Yun will cut off your dog head if he finds out? The young man was none other than Jia Rong. When he saw who it was, he breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "So it's Miss Dingling. You really scared me." He smiled bitterly. Although young Master Yun is powerful, there's still a big gap between him and Zhou Yushan. I just want to win some pocket money. Miss Dingling, please don't tell young Master Yun, or he'll beat me to death. Jia Rong, how dare you lie to me? Dingling laughed and scolded angrily. You've bet 10,000 primeval stones on this bet, but you've used a few identities to bet on Yunxiao's victory in other places, so you should have at least 3 million primeval stones, right? And this number is still increasing. Jia Rong chuckled and said while stroking his beard, "Does Tianyuan Trading Company do boring things all day and follow me for fun? Could it be that Miss Dingling has taken a fancy to me? TSK. Miss Linger is young Master Yun's exclusive property. I don't dare to dream about it." Pfft. You better watch your mouth. Dingling blushed and said angrily, "If you continue to speak nonsense, I will cut off your tongue. How dare you impersonate the Four Extremes sect and sell fake news? Aren't you afraid that the Four Extremes sect will hunt you down? Even a 6th-tier alchemist like Bailey Gongjin wouldn't dare to use the name of the Four Extremes sect, let alone a 3rd-tier alchemist like you." Jia Rong helplessly spread his hands and said, "Is it that serious? It's all young Master Yun's arrangement. Even if the sky falls, young Master Yun will hold it up." He did not know how powerful and terrifying the Four Extremes Chamber of Commerce was, but he had a blind admiration for Yunxiao. As long as it was young Master Yun's words, it was definitely correct. Dingling forced a smile and said, "This Li Yunxiao, should I say that he is more courageous than others or that he is young and ignorant? How dare you joke about the Four Extremes sect? That's an existence with a martial supreme. It's not the same as the small sects in the southern region." Jia Rong was also taken aback. In his mind, martial sovereigns were almost invincible existences, which was unimaginable. Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce and Four Extremes Chamber of Commerce were both permanent members of the business union, so they must know each other very well. "There should be a martial emperor in Tianyuan Trading Company, right?" he asked tentatively. Dingling smiled and changed the topic. "Young Master Yun, are you really that confident in beating Zhou Yushan? As far as I know, Zhou Yushan has a very special body, which is very suitable for practicing the cultivation technique of the emotion-severing mountain. Because of this, he's regarded as an extremely important successor by emotion-severing mountain. Moreover, he's already broken through to the 5 elements realm Martial King realm, so it won't be easy to win." Her tone became more and more serious as she fixed her eyes on Jia Rong, not letting go of any of his eyes. Jia Rong was startled by her stare, as if his heart had been completely seen through by her. He was a real 3rd-tier alchemist, so how could he lose his spiritual altar with just a glance? He was shocked. This woman was definitely not simple. Since Miss Dingling has a close relationship with young Master Yun, you should naturally trust him. Jia Rong put away his frivolous look and said seriously, "Ever since I met young Master Yun, I've never been defeated no matter how strong my opponents were. Even if Zhou Yushan was a martial emperor or a martial grandmaster, I would still bet on young Master Yun's victory without any hesitation, let alone a martial king." His eyes revealed a look of confidence as he said arrogantly, "He has already won anything when he is determined to do it." Dinglinger's eyes trembled, and her gaze that was fixed on Jia Rong gradually softened, and finally turned into a smile. Yunxiao was truly amazing to be able to make his subordinate show such sincere respect and confidence. "I understand," she said with a chuckle. Jia Rong's vision blurred for a moment, and then he saw the beautiful figure disappear at the end of the alley. He frowned slightly, and with a look of worry, he left as well. At the corner of Huangqing Road, there were a few groups of people crowded around like a wet market. They were all fighting for the 2 booklets, and they were all chattering. The stall had already been swept clean, and the middle-aged man who set up the stall shouted, "Stop squeezing! It's sold out. It's all sold out. Boss, you're too unkind. We rushed here as soon as we heard about it, But you didn't even let us see a piece of paper. It is. Why are you limited to 1,000 copies? I strongly request for an additional 1,000 copies. He. The middle-aged man stretched his back and lazily said, credibility is the most important thing in doing business. We will only supply 1,000 copies of those 2 booklets, and there will definitely be no reprints. Those who had already bought it all heaved a sigh of relief when they heard this. They were secretly glad that they had managed to snatch it. It was worth the money. However, Ing Luo, the middle-aged man, grinned. Don't worry, everyone. The 4 Extremes sect will keep an eye on the latest information about Li Yunxiao and Zhou Yushan at all times. There was already a lot of first-hand information, and the latest analysis of the 2 would be released tomorrow. It's also limited to 1,000 copies, so everyone can come early to buy it. What? There's still new information. Those who had already bought the items were furious and scolded. If that's the case, what's the point of buying this expired information? The middle-aged man quickly comforted everyone. Don't worry, everyone. The latest information will not include the past experiences of the 2 of them, to prevent the content from repeating and causing everyone to spend money that they should not have. Boss? One of them said with a frown. According to your book, Li Yunxiao and Zhou Yushan are childhood sweethearts, but because of the difference in status, they are opposed by the Zhou family. Yunxiao's provocation to the Zhou family this time was also because he wanted to be friends. So, did they end up together in the end? Yeah, are they together or not? Isn't this book of yours too appetizing? We've paid so much money, but there's still no result. Many people started to complain. Those who didn't buy the books were all dumbfounded. One by one, they said in a daze, isn't this an analysis of the strength of the 2? How did you become gay? One of them rolled his eyes and said, if we want to analyze the outcome of the battle, we must analyze the cause and effect of the battle. In addition to the strength of the 2, love, and hatred must also be mentioned one by one, so that the most accurate analysis could be made. Although Zhou Yushan obviously has the upper hand in strength, how do you know he won't sacrifice himself to help Yunxiao in the end? The middle-aged man laughed. This brother is right. Love always makes people lose their heads. I haven't read the latest news yet, so please pay attention to the latest news about Zhou Yushan tomorrow. I want the official of the Heartbreak Mountain. At the same time, we will also give you a new album signed by Yunxiao. It's not easy to say I love you. Fuck. I still have to come early tomorrow to buy the ending. Fuck. The group of people cursed and wanted to leave. Wait. Everyone wait. The middle-aged man tidied up his stall and smiled. Please wait a moment. Later, my fellow disciples will come to sell some weapons, armors, and all kinds of clothes that Li Yunxiao and Zhou Yushan have used. I guarantee that they are one-to-one replicas, and there are also genuine ones, but the price is higher. Everyone, In the main hall of the Zhou clan estate, a group of core members were discussing the matter of the competition. On the round table in the middle was a basic booklet, which contained the latest information about the 4 Extremes sect. After reading it, the Zhou family members' faces turned green and they were furious. Zhou Yang slammed the table in anger. What kind of scoundrels are spreading rumors everywhere? How dare you say that Yushan is gay with that Li Yunxiao and has ruined the reputation of our Zhou family? You should be killed. An elder's eyes were also spitting fire as he said that, I want all the officials of the Emotion-Severing Mountain, actually said that Yushan had become the plaything of the elders of the Emotion-Severing Mountain in order to obtain the cultivation technique of the mountain. He's a pervert. I'm so angry. Zhou Chongfa was also slightly angry. He looked around and said, what I can be sure of is that this book was definitely not given out by the 4 Extremes sect. The 4 Extremes sect was the world's #1 intelligence agency and had a high reputation. They would never do such a nonsensical thing. It was very likely to be the doing of a rascal who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Yang Biao, go and investigate. If it was done by someone with nothing better to do, exterminate his entire clan. Zhou Yangbiao nodded his head. He had already ordered his men to catch the culprit. Zhou Chongfa pondered for a moment and then said, if someone is doing this on purpose, Pass this on to the Four Extremes sect. All chambers of commerce value reputation the most. At that time, only the people of the Four Extremes sect would deal with it. What I want to know the most now is how far Yushan can go with the help of the two elders of emotion-severing mountain. Everyone had looks of anticipation on their faces. An elder laughed and said, "Don't worry, Grand Elder. With Yushan's cultivation base, it's a sure thing that he can kill Li Yunxiao. There's no doubt about it." Zhou Chengfa glanced at him and snorted. "Of course, there's no problem with winning. What I want is a swift and awe-inspiring victory. You're going to make the Zhou family proud and wash away our shame with Li Yunxiao's blood and restore our reputation. By the way, I heard that many forces have opened up a lot of bets." Zhou Yangbiao frowned and said, "That's right. They basically bet on Yushan. But I've checked, and there are still many forces secretly betting on Yunxiao's victory. The most obvious ones are Yanwu and Tianyuan Trading Company." "Oh? Tianyuan Trading Company?" Zhou Chengfa was stunned for a moment. Then he sneered, "Tianyuan Trading Company can't even take care of itself. Yet you still have the mood to get involved in this mess. However, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. We don't need to pay any attention to him and just let him destroy himself." "Then what about the 10,000 Treasures store?" It was said that Myriad Treasures store was the backer of Yanwu, which was what Zhou Chengfa was most worried about. Although the Myriad Treasure Tower was only a merchant association, its strength was not beneath any of the continent's super forces. The Myriad Treasure store seems to be very silent and low-key in this matter. They didn't take any action. On the contrary, it's abnormally quiet, making it difficult to grasp. Zhou Yangbiao thought for a moment and said, "Myriad Treasure store has been keeping a low profile since they publicly cut off their relationship with Yanwu. Perhaps it really doesn't have much to do with Yanwu." Zhou Chengfa snorted coldly and said, "If there is really no relationship between us, why do we have to be so cautious? They were trying to cover up. But it's good that they don't admit it, so we have nothing to worry about. This time, not only will we completely annihilate the existence in Yanwu, but we will also make Yushan establish his prestige among the younger generation of Firecrow Empire and make him a well-deserved leader." Zhou Yangbiao smiled and said, "Don't worry, Grand Elder. The heavens are helping our Zhou family this time. Originally, Yushan was only average among the disciples of the four great families. Unexpectedly, he was fickle in love and had obtained the inheritance of emotion-severing mountain. In the next generation, I'm afraid the only one who can rival Yushan is the Crown Prince, Xian Ruyu." Zhou Chengfa nodded slightly and said, "That's right. The Crown Prince is indeed very talented. Even I can't see through him. Especially you, Jilin, who's always by his side. It's hard to tell how strong he is." He pondered for a moment and said with a sharp light in his eyes, "Pass down my order. During this period of time, the Zhou family will try to restrain their movements and not cause trouble outside to avoid any trouble. On the day of the arena, I'll kill Yunxiao and establish my might." "Yes." Everyone chimed in unison, their momentum rising. Their eyes were filled with resentment, and they wished they could skin Yunxiao alive and pour water into him to relieve their hatred. In the Imperial Palace's main hall, Xian Ruyu was holding a small booklet and reading it with great interest, occasionally revealing a knowing smile. Yu Jilin, who was standing beside him, frowned and said, "Your Highness, this book is too ridiculous. If the people of the emotion-severing mountain saw this, they would probably cut the instigator into 1,000 pieces." Xian Ruyu put down the booklet in his hand with a smile. On the title page were a few large words, "I want the official of the emotion-severing mountain." It's not just nonsense. It's simply a perverted book, unsightly. Xian Ruyu patted the booklet and smiled. "However, we're also happy to see our neighbors get angry. That Zhou Yushan has obtained the inheritance of the emotion-severing mountain. So he'll definitely be a threat to me in the future. It's a good thing to see him make a fool of himself." "That's right." His eyes flickered as he said, "There have been quite a few bets in the city recently. You go and bet 5 million mid-grade primordial stones on Zhou Yushan. If you don't have enough primordial stones, pawn some profound level weapons. 5 million. Yu Jilin was taken aback and said, "Isn't this amount too big?" Although Zhou Yushan was an outstanding talent, Yun Xiao was by no means an ordinary person. The winner between the two may not be so easily decided. "Uncle Yu, you're a martial royal realm expert?" Xian Ruyu smiled faintly. "Have you forgotten that you can't defeat 10 opponents with your own strength?" Since Zhou Yushan could accept the inheritance of emotion-severing mountain, he must have reached the 5 elements realm. Furthermore, for such an important competition, the Zhou family would definitely bring out all their resources. That Li Yunxiao is only a martial lord after all. Do you think it's possible for him to cross a major realm? Yu Jilin frowned and said worriedly, "He's no match for Zhou Changfa in terms of strength, but the ancient spirit talisman he used to block Zhou Changfa was a genuine 6th grade item. If we had a few more of these talismans, Zhou Yushan would have been dead for sure." Xian Ruyu's expression turned serious as he nodded lightly. "Uncle Yu is right. Each of those talismans was priceless, and it was impossible for Yun Xiao to have several of them. I'll bet 3 million mid-grade origin stones." Yu Jilin nodded slightly and turned to leave. However, the wrinkles between his brows did not fade. He had a feeling that Yun Xiao was not that simple, but he could not think of any other means to win except for the ancient spirit talisman. "Maybe I'm being too sensitive," Yu Jilin thought. On the day of the battle, the streets were empty. The crowd gathered at the Golden Crow God Arena. They were densely packed like ants, and it was a sea of people at a glance. The imperial guards of the imperial capital had been fully mobilized, and they were fully armed to guard every intersection. Although there were as many people as ants, they were orderly and not chaotic. A cold figure was sitting in the middle of the ring. A sharp and overbearing chi was revealed from his brocade clothes, spreading across the ring. The warriors nearby all felt the cold chi, which made them feel extremely uncomfortable. At the top of the stage, there were rows of seats that were already filled. They were all people with status in the empire. Ordinary people like the small noble families couldn't take up any seats at this time, so they could only squeeze in the crowd. There were also many forces' eyes and spies, all of them gathered closely below, staring at the ring from a distance. Most of the crowd was rushing to watch the show. Such a competition might not happen once in a lifetime. There were also a large number of people who had placed their bets. They were all staring nervously with full concentration. Many of them had bet all their assets, wanting to succeed in one go. "Miss, isn't it too hasty of us to bet so much on Li Yunxiao?" he asked. In the crowd, Yurong looked at Zhou Yushan nervously and said worriedly, "Zhou Yushan has become a 5-stars martial king in just a few months, and the aura he's exuding is so strong that even I'm scared. How can Yun Xiao, a martial lord, defeat him?" There was no expression on Ding Ling-er's face, and her eyes were as calm as an ancient well. "Since we're here, we'll take things as they come. Let's just wait quietly. I believe he'll give us a surprise." Yurong didn't believe it, but he couldn't turn back now that he had come so far. He could only frown and look down. Although Ding Ling-er said so on the surface, she was actually not sure. Zhou Yushan's transformation was so drastic that even she was secretly shocked. He had been full of confidence in Yun Xiao, but now he was a little nervous. In the audience, the people from the great clans also looked at Zhou Yushan's imposing manner with gloomy expressions. The eyes of the experts of the younger generation were slightly focused, and their fighting spirit was stacked. "Brother Changfa, look at Yushan's reserved genuine chi. It's obvious that he has comprehended the 5 elements intent to a very high level." Xian Pai glanced at Zhou Yushan, who was sitting in the center of the ring, and couldn't help but praise. He entered the martial king realm so quickly and comprehended the 5 elements intent to this extent. Yushan is indeed the first among the younger generation. Xian Ruyu, who was sitting behind him, moved slightly. He didn't comment on his granduncle's comment, but a cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth and he snorted. Zhou Changfa, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened his eyes and said indifferently, "Lord Pai is too kind. If one were to talk about the number 1 person in the younger generation, it would naturally be Prince Ruu of the Heavenly Jewel Sect, 24 Moonlit Bridges. My Yushan can't be on the list."